we supposed to?
How was yesterday?
Okay, so do 20 minutes.
Did you see that this
Okay. No, we won't go that way. That's right.
In this tent, it's Adam Johnson. In the other tent, it's Filibuster Johnson. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, Chilmark. Aren't we happy to be back at our... We're very happy to be back at our traditional home. We love the museum, but here's home. So thank you all for coming. I know that some of you from Chilmark couldn't quite, going to Vineyard Haven was like going to a foreign country, so instead you watched it at home. But the town of Chilmark has gone through extraordinary efforts for us to be here. This is the first event that they've had. And so I know we've asked you for some inconveniences. Usually this is open, you just wander in, you sit down, and you see whatever you want. And we apologize for making you go through having to both buy tickets, check in, go to a tent to check in, wear a badge or a wristband, but it was the only way we could make it happen. That was the only condition under which we could do it, because they wanted to make sure we knew our numbers, we knew how many people were here, and we could account and trace for everyone. So thank you for bearing with us. We hope to be able to be far more flexible going forward. But this year, in order to make it happen, these were the conditions. Besides welcoming you here, I also welcome our studio audience. We have lots of people who are watching this streaming. I want you to know that there's an enormous group of volunteers who've made this happen, and all credit to them for having such a well-organized system. And you see that book operation? That's a volunteer effort. There were a team of 5 people that learned how to be booksellers in the last month. Because Bunch of Grapes, again, because of site congestion, we bought our books through Bunch of Grapes, but we're selling them. So do buy books, support the authors, support Bunch of Grapes, but be really nice to the people in the book sales tent, because they've been schlepping around books for the last month, because they started to come in droves. I also want to mention, I don't know if any of you have seen the beautiful supplement that the Vineyard Gazette did. They always put out a book festival supplement and do articles on the authors. So please, we have them all over the site. Please pick them up. They're really lovely. The only other thing I wanted to mention before I turn it over to your Master of Ceremony, Tyson Evans, is that after this, Adam Gentleson is in this tent, and Sadiqa Johnson at 11 o'clock is in the other tent. So with that, thank you so much. Have a great day, and I hope you enjoy the festival.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Just a couple other housekeeping notes, and thanks to Sue Ellen for kicking it off. You'll find water outside this tent and at the check-in tent if you need it. One other precaution we're going to take between events is asking people to kind of clear out of the tents so we can keep them clean. So please clear out, even if you plan to stay in this tent for the next session. We'll take questions towards the end of the session, and if you have a question, just please line up in the aisles there and try to keep them as brief as possible so we can fit in as many as possible. But with no further delay, I want to introduce our first session this morning. It seems to be a great one. We've got Walter Isaacson with Holden Thorpe. I'll introduce Holden very quickly. He's the editor-in-chief of Science, family of journals. He started that in 2019. Before that, he was the provost of the Washington University of St. Louis, and he's now a distinguished university professor that holds appointments in chemistry and medicine. So welcome, Walter and Holden.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you and welcome. It's great to be back at Martha's Vineyard, and Sue Ellen, thanks for all you do. My third time at the book festival and the best weather of all of them. So this is really terrific to see everybody out here and people. It's so great. It's really exciting for me to be able to talk to Walter Isaacson about his book, The Code Breaker, which is something very much in my wheelhouse as the editor of Science and a nucleic acid chemist. So I have to kind of repress my younger self who can't believe I'm actually talking to America's top biographer about nucleic acids, but we'll try to keep it under control here.
And I'll try to get David McCullough here to be the top biographer for you.
Walter Isaacson is well known to you all, I'm sure, but he grew up in New Orleans, where he lives now. He went to Harvard for undergrad. He was a Rhodes Scholar. He had leadership roles at Time, CNN, and the Aspen Institute. He has written important biographies about Steve Jobs and Ben Franklin and Albert Einstein, and as we're here to talk about today, Jennifer Doudna, someone I've known since we were both postdocs at Yale 30 years ago. So that's super exciting to be talking about her. It's such a great thing for science that she's the focus of Walter's latest book. So Walter, I think we ought to start kind of at the beginning. I mean, one of the things that I love about the book is you open it. There's a little preamble about Jennifer finding out, and Jennifer, Dr. Doudna, Nobel laureate. Okay, but I've known her for 30 years, so I call her
Wait,
Jennifer.
I'm going to interrupt.
Yeah.
What was she like in grad school?
Oh, she was, we all knew this was all going to
You
happen.
knew it?
Yeah.
Did you say Nobel Prize when you first met her?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because RNA structure was going to be the future. We knew that.
That's the theme of everything
Yeah.
these days. Gets us our vaccine.
Yes, absolutely. So, there's a little preamble about Jennifer finding out about COVID, but then, it goes to where every scientist would love for the book to start, the central dogma, nucleic acids. So how did you think
You're
about...
not doing well at selling this
Yes.
book. The central dogma of nucleic acids. This is the problem of having the world's greatest science editor.
So how did you decide how to open the book in order to kind of bring people
Well, it was
to where they could
interesting-
understand what
Well,
CRISPR
it was interesting. I'd about 2/3 of the way through reporting the book, and it was the first time I had done somebody who was still in mid-career. So I'm thinking, how are we going to get, a climax to this book? And then 2 or 3 things happened. One, COVID strikes, and the structure of molecules becomes quite important. Number 2, she wins a Nobel Prize. And so I just delayed the book for a while and said, we're going to tie it all in to the coronavirus pandemic.
Right, and that worked out magnificently. But I guess for the audience, bring them up to speed on what CRISPR really is, and
Yeah.
the
CRISPR is simply a very easy-to-use tool, very reprogrammable, so easy that I did it in a day and a half to edit your genes. Now, you got 3 billion base pairs of letters in your DNA. And what CRISPR can do is say, all right, this one's wrong. It's causing you to have sickle cell. Or this one, if we edit out all these genes, you're going to be a foot taller. That's a little bit further down the road. Or, we could do all sorts of edits, especially genetic diseases like sickle cell, muscular dystrophy, cystic fibrosis, and then diseases that are predisposed by genetics, including maybe schizophrenia or manic, psychological diseases. So it allows you to make edits of a gene. Why is this a big deal? Species have been around for approximately 3 billion years. For the first time, one species, happens to be ours, has figured out how to hack its own evolution and to design its own children, change its own genetic structure, fix its own genetic problems. Specifically, what CRISPR is something bacteria have been doing for about 1 billion years. And it ties into the coronavirus pandemic because viruses attack bacteria. Bacteria have got the same problem we do. They keep getting hit by viruses. And what a bacteria does is it takes a snapshot of the genetic material of the virus that's attacking them, and makes it into a mugshot that they weave into their own genome. And it's done in these clustered, regularly interspaced palindromic repeats. Well, that's what CRISPR stands for. Now, the reason it stands for that is there was a wonderful Spanish scientist named Francisco Mojica who was noticing these repeats, and everybody was trying to come up with a clever name. So he comes up with the clever name, which is CRISPR, and then he has to reverse engineer a whole bunch of words to make it into CRISPR. So you don't have to remember all those words. You just have to, CRISPR is this way that bacteria chop up genetic material. And what Jennifer Doudna and her partner Emmanuel Charpentier do that wins them the Nobel Prize is say, we can re-engineer this. We're smart as bacteria. If they can do it, we can reprogram it. So if they're attacking this type of genetic material, why don't we have it cut the sickle cell mutation or the muscular dystrophy mutation? So they repurposed a system that bacteria have known as CRISPR to allow humans to edit their own genes. And it's a big deal.
Big deal, yes.
And it's a big deal. I'm sorry to go on, but like I looked at the physics revolution with the Einstein book. That was a big deal. We split the atom, we did GPS, we went to space. And then, of course, I looked at the digital revolution with Steve Jobs and others, and that was a big deal. And we got iPhones. This is, I won't use Joe Biden F word, but it is a big deal,
Yeah.
which is editing our own DNA makes molecules the next microchip. We'll be able to reprogram our molecules the way we do our microchips.
Right, and it's really exciting what we might be able to do. So you've written about a lot of old men, most of whom aren't here anymore.
Yeah.
Steve Jobs you got to interview, but he had passed away when the book came out. Now you're writing about someone who is still very much in the middle of her career, and she keeps sending me a lot of great papers, so she may win another Nobel Prize for all we know. What do you, how was that different?
Well, it was different because this is not so much a history book as a journey of discovery in which I feel I'm doing it, and we all are doing. Reader is doing it with her.
Yeah.
In other words, when you start the book, we don't know how we're going to get out of, you know. And so by being with her in her lab, you get to tell a story that's a narrative in real time, as opposed to, and then Dr. Franklin sailed off to Paris to do the peace accords or something. Or Henry Kissinger sailed off to Paris to do the peace accords, whatever those people going off to Paris to do peace accords. And so it becomes more of an adventure story that is told in parts. And for those of you, many of you are writers in this room, you'll see a delicate, tricky thing I had to do is I sometimes intentionally go into the present tense. You know, she walks into a room instead of she walked into a room, as things are happening as we're reporting it.
Yeah, I saw an interview you did with Doris Kearns Goodwin where the two of you were talking about your process. And one of the things that you talked about was the chronology that you use as kind of your touchstone as you're doing these books. Tell us a little bit about that process.
As I mentioned earlier, I had a mentor, Walker Percy, the novelist, when I was growing up in Louisiana, and he said there are two types of people come out of Louisiana: preachers and storytellers. He said, for heaven's sake, be a storyteller. The world has too many preachers. And then when I sort of sat at his feet to understand that, he says, a story is when you tell things in chronological order. You make it so one thing leads to another. And I said, well, that's pretty amazing. He said, no, that's the way the Bible did it. You know, best lead sentence ever. In the beginning, comma. You know we're going to get a narrative. Oddly enough, many history writers and even many biographers don't make things into a narrative. They don't make it so that at graduate school in Yale, when you all are studying with, well, I guess Jack Szostak at Harvard, then Tom Cech, and Seitz was probably the person at Yale you were doing.
I was studying photosynthesis. In a
Oh,
different
okay.
way,
Well,
yeah.
but whatever you learn there is going to make a difference to what you are the following year when you when you get asked the question, how did life begin on the
Right.
planet? And you say, okay, that builds on. So you want to do everything in chronological order. I had an editor who died a couple of years ago, but she had edited my other book. She used to scrawl in the margins anytime you got something out. She'd say actigta, which meant all things in good time, meaning don't get ahead of the narrative, don't get behind it, just keep it straight narrative. Now that seems boring, and what you have to prevent with that, and this is what Doris does so well. I mean, the greatest of narratives, say, is take the bully pulpit, where she has Teddy Roosevelt barnstorming the country by train of a fair deal for the American people or whatever. It's got to each build up into a climax. What you want to avoid is it just being one damn thing after another. It has to have a narrative arc. And so that's the process. Speaking of Doris, so when I was a student, when I was a young undergraduate, there was a great course at my college called the American Presidency, taught by a wonderful guy named Dick Neustadt. So I signed up for it, and Dick Neustadt decided to fall in love with somebody in England and left for a year. And so this very
Professors
young...
have the funniest way of doing that.
Yeah. And so he had this young graduate teaching assistant named Doris Kearns, and she takes over the course. So she becomes my teacher, and she hasn't even written her dissertation yet. And a couple years later, she writes her dissertation, which is Lyndon Johnson and the American Dream. Harvard denies her tenure because it's a biography, a great man theory, biography, narrative biography, and that's considered beneath the dignity of the academic world. You're supposed to write about great forces of history or Village in the Vaucluse or whatever everybody else was writing about at that period. So she's denied tenure, and that sends a bit of a shockwave through the academy, and nobody writes biography if you're a professor then, because this is a pretty famous thing when she gets denied. This opens the door for non-academics to take over the field of narrative biography. And so you have Bob Caro, you have David McCullough, you have a whole generation of people older than
Taylor
me.
Branch.
Yeah, Taylor Branch, we can name a whole
Yeah.
bunch, who are partly journalists, or in Bob Caro's case, and they take the field of narrative biography and do it. And then, when I was a journalist, it was like, okay, this is a field that other people aren't plowing. Mm-hmm. And, John Meacham, myself, Evan Thomas, a lot of my friends, we tried to be the successor generation to the McCullough generation.
Right. And that brings me to an interesting point about the book, because I think one of the things that we really long for in science that this does is to bring this narrative and this human drama to discoveries, especially those that are happening right now. I mean, we don't have a lot of TV shows about scientists. Most people think that we're just sitting in some room staring at a screen, being completely objective and unemotional, but yet we have every aspect of human drama that you have in any other human endeavor. And I think the fact that we haven't explained that is a big part of why people are having a hard time understanding what we're saying
the whole
about COVID right now.
anti-science and resistance to science problem is mainly the result of yahoos who are resisting science. But there's a 10% blame that I think goes to the scientists, not including you, because what you're doing, especially with Science Magazine, is incredibly good. I mean, it's both reliable and readable, and you're popularizing as well as drilling deep into peer-reviewed science.
Unfortunately, Ben Shapiro's posts get a lot more traction than ours do on Facebook.
And so what we need to do is demystify science and make it seem like a human endeavor so that people can relate to it. They're not intimidated by it. And one of the purposes of the book is to describe what actually happens in a lab. What does a scientist actually do? What is Jennifer Doudna doing to make this discovery and stuff? So I try to make the lab into a journey of discovery, just as if you were going into space or, traveling to settle Missouri in the beginning of McCullough's Truman biography. Whatever it is, it's a journey of adventure. And after I wrote about Ben Franklin, I was surprised how amazingly important he was as a scientist. we think of him as a doddering dude flying a kite in the rain. But those electricity experiments are the most important experiments of that era. And the single fluid theory of electricity becomes the most important theory. And he or Jefferson would have thought you were a Philistine if you didn't believe in science. And it's the whole point of the Enlightenment of our Constitution is the empirical balancing of checks and balances and evidence gets us closer to the truth. So what happens? When I was growing up, there was the C.P. Snow Great Divide between people who love scientists, people who love the humanities. And partly it was Einstein's fault, because Einstein comes along and suddenly you have to be an Einstein to understand things. Relativity is not the same as Newton, checks and balance, force and mass. And so I said, I want to demystify science. And the best way to do it is to turn Einstein's journey of discovery into a human thing you can relate to. And so to me, we need more of that. There are great people, scientists doing. I love Brian Greene. He's in the tradition of Asimov or of the famous Sagan, Carl Sagan. But I wish we had more popularizers of science. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to go on to this, just like the academics look down upon Doris Kearns by being a biographer, scientists sometimes look down upon popularizers.
Not sometimes. It's a major problem.
It's a major problem for the scientists because if you don't have popularizers, people are going to be not appreciative of what you do.
Yeah, scientists look down on that and then at the same time complain that nobody understands what we're doing.
Bingo.
Yeah, right. Yeah. As you were learning a lot about how science is done now, the competition between the Berkeley group and the group at MIT and them sending us papers and us accelerating it because there was a competing paper at Nature and a lot of this back.
He plays a big role in this story. They're all trying to get into Science magazine. And when they can't, they get into Nature.
That's right. That's how we like it, yeah. Science is in the index 42 times and Nature only 23, in case you...
But who was counting?
Yeah, not that we're competitive or anything. So what surprised you, or did you not kind of know about the way all this is done?
Well, it first surprised me how competitive they could be, especially you're talking about the bitter, still in court competition between the Doudna-Charpentier women and the Eric Lander Fong Jiang Broad Institute, MIT, Harvard crowd. And what surprised me shouldn't have, because, anybody in any field here who thinks about it thinks, okay, sometimes I cooperate and sometimes I'm competitive. Whether I'm on the softball field or whether, we're journalists and trying to do things, it's like, all right, I'm competing. And you have to get that balance right. I think three things tip the balance badly or towards the bad side when it comes to competition versus cooperation, collaboration, which you want the right balance of. First was patents. And this happens, there's a large section in the book of the patent battles. And suddenly science becomes business and commercialized, and if you discovered CRISPR, you want to make sure you get the patent. So that's the thing. Another thing, and you may disagree, I want to hear your opinion on this, I think prizes are a problem. The Nobel can only be given to 3. The breakthrough is given to 1 or 2 or whatever. And so you're trying not to share with your friends at the Broad because you're competing against them for the Nobel Prize. And the third involves you directly. It's prizes, patents, and priority of publication. And that's the race. And so when Jennifer hears the footsteps of people, doing CRISPR-Cas9, which was a great June 2012 paper that you published, I'm sure, well, I know, or at least it's in the book. I hope it's right. She is pressing the editors of your magazine to get the damn thing in fast because, other people might publish first.
Yeah, and we did, and it was good training because we published all the COVID papers very fast, and we learned to.
And one of the things that happens with COVID, and I will turn this to you to explain, is it does change that nature of peer reviewing and waiting 3 months to, and you see both bioarchive, meaning open source servers, and then science hitting the seal of approval on it. But it also caused Jennifer and her rival Feng Zhang to quit competing so much, because when they were applying these discoveries to detection technologies for the coronavirus, they were publishing them every evening openly and not asserting intellectual property rights.
Yeah, I mean, I think the excellent story about COVID that underlies all that is that's similar to Doris Kearns Goodwin not getting tenure, which, thanks for reminding me why I'm glad I'm not a provost anymore, is that the people who really came up with the idea of the mRNA vaccines, Katalin Kariko and Drew Weissman, Kariko did not get her to get tenure at Penn.
Yeah, I mean, Penn is deeply embarrassed by it. They've had Donald Trump, who they did get to be president, and Katalin Kariko, who they didn't give tenure to. Katalin Kariko, for those of you who don't know, is a great story.
Yeah.
But she's the person who everybody knew, since you started with the central dogma of biology, the central dogma of biology is that messenger RNA tell our cells what proteins to build, basically, and they get the info from our DNA. That's easy enough, but you have to figure out, if you're going to make a vaccine, how do you actually make it work in a human cell? How do you get it into the human cell? And that's what this Hungarian student at Penn figures out, and then they deny her tenure.
Yeah, well, she's going to get a Nobel Prize, I'm pretty sure. So let's setting
she'll
aside
get a
whether
tenure
it's
offer from Penn,
a
too.
bad thing to give Nobel Prizes or not. Okay, so we have some time left, and we want to get some questions from the audience, if there are any. If anybody wants to come to the, sure, go right to the microphone there. No, we got him first. I'll come to you next. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you both. Dr. Edward de Bono passed away a few weeks ago, and The Economist dedicated a page to his obituary. He wrote 70 books about creativity and thinking, coined lateral thinking. And what drove him in his early medical career out of Oxford was the idea that you could reprogram the brain. So CRISPR, a person a foot taller, CRISPR, a better brain?
Yeah, obviously the brain is the most complicated of our systems, and there are things that are genetically determined in terms of synapses or hormonal, and those things can be tweaked with CRISPR. As we go down the road of what are we going to tweak and what are we not going to tweak, in the book, I get to the brain last because that seems like, wait, we're not ready for that. Obviously, I think we should start with single gene mutations that cause really bad disorders, such as sickle cell or muscular dystrophy, cystic fibrosis, etc. And then you can go down a slope that can be slippery if you don't go down cautiously to say, and here we would do this, like people who are born very short, maybe fix that, but maybe we don't do enhancements. If you're going to be born, 5'9", we don't give you an extra 8 inches, but if you're going to be born 4'9", you do. Anyway, I'm droning on, but there's a whole section in the book. And the last is, do we deal with depression? Do we deal with schizophrenia? Do we deal with wanting more synapses? Creating more synapses for more memory would be rather easy. Well, maybe we do that to prevent Alzheimer's, but do we do it to make super kids? And I think there's moral issues that come along when we start designing things, so we got to go slow.
Yeah, there's a great section in the book about that. Yeah.
So I enjoyed your book very much.
Thank you, sir.
In your book, you focus on trying to slow down the use of CRISPR in humans. And I want to bring up a slightly different perspective, and that is I've worked with a couple of genetic endocrine cancer syndromes for the last 40 years, and about 25 years ago, we acquired the ability to do pre-implantation screening and in vitro fertilization and to eliminate the genetic defect from the germline. in the last 20 years, I've had exactly one couple, even though I bring it up in my interviews with these patients. And I'm not sure, based on that experience, that CRISPR is going to be used any more than a technology we already have. And I wonder if your thoughts.
It's a good question, and I think everybody in this room has as good of thoughts as I do, because you can look inside yourself and say, all right, suppose now, real quickly, as you know, pre-implantation diagnosis means creating a lot of fertilized eggs and testing them, and we actually, went through certain fertility things. It's not as easy as it looks for a couple sometimes to say, okay, I've got all these embryos, let me pick one or the other. So CRISPR allows you, as it happened in China, to just say, let me edit it, so it becomes quicker. The question is, and I do the thought experiment in the book, as you know, is suppose you're at a clinic, and it's almost like a genetic supermarket. You're going to have a baby, and you've seen the movie Gattaca, and you've read Brave New World, and they give you a list of things. Do you want to make sure that your child doesn't have Huntington's, doesn't have you go, of course, of course, of course. Do you want your child to be above average? Well, of course. Above average memory. Do you want to have sickle cell? No. Do you want to have extra oxygen in the blood? Meaning, instead of sickled cells, cells that carry more oxygen. So he or she will be clearly a super athlete if you do that. And you're sort of getting a little queasy, but you probably check yes, And then we all have to figure out how far we would go if it were easy enough just to choose attributes for a designer baby. And I think we have to start by doing that thought experiment. And maybe you're right that only 20% of the people will want to design the characteristics of their baby. But each person in here can do the mental calculation. You don't have to reveal it to the person next to you, which is how likely would it be if it's your grandchild having a kid and you're with them that you'd say, hey, I'll pay for that premium option. I'll make the kid taller for you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Before the event, I approached Walter at the book tent when he was signing the book to complain virtually hysterically about the absence over the past 2 years of animation.
Yeah, Deborah and you have both hit me on animation. I write words on a page.
I'm not talking to you, bro.
Oh, well, he does it very well in
We
science.
have a lot of animations.
And if I may continue,
sciencemag.org.
might continue, Walter suggested I come see you immediately because Science Magazine has produced or has made available the very animations that I'm looking for the past 2 years. So it's great to know that they exist on the planet, either in this country or other countries, or there's a collective pool of animation that will show us the virology, the biology, the immunology of COVID and everything else, given that there are millions of Americans and people all over the planet who have the equivalent of BS and BA education. I was in college in 1966 when Watson and Crick had their breakthrough, and we read the book immediately, and ever since then I've been fascinated by DNA. So please make the animations available where everyone can see them.
Yes, well, sciencemag.org, and there's lots of stuff
everybody's gone to this already.
Yeah.
They have huge
but,
animations.
you bring up a really important point because, as Walter was alluding to earlier, science has done just a terrible job of inviting people into what we do. And so even our website, which is really mainly written for other scientists, is certainly a place that has a lot on it and some of it pretty accessible. But there are other things too. I mean, I happen to be a big fan of the Khan Academy videos, and I usually recommend people start there because they really do a nice job of.
And Carl
starting at
Zimmer
the
in the New
beginning.
York Times has amazing animations on the
Superb,
virus
yeah.
and on the vaccine.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. This is wonderful. Could you discuss other countries' policies and which countries you feel are more competitive to us because of the various restrictions and difficulties you've already pointed out, such as getting tenure, patents, lack of cooperation? and where America sort of fits in the bigger picture.
I'll do it on genetic editing, which I'll focus on genetic editing, which is when Jennifer Doudna made this discovery of how to edit genes easily, she had a nightmare. And the nightmare was somebody wanted to figure out the technology with her. She goes into the room and it's Adolf Hitler. And so she decides to start gathering scientists from around the world to say, what restrictions, what rules of the road are we going to put on this? The places in which it is furthest along is, not surprisingly, US and China. And then Germany, quite a bit, is doing a lot. So far, there have been an international consortium of scientists, to say, here's the guidelines we'd like to have. And even China, where it was done to create designer babies by a scientist who wasn't fully authorized to do it, but just did it, who had been to one of Jennifer Doudna's seminars, went back to China, and made designer babies, he's now in jail because China and the US are working very closely together to say, let's not get ahead of this before we figure out the rules of the road. The one place I worry about is Russia, because Putin has pushed this. Putin has given speeches saying, we're going to create super soldiers, we're going to create, and Russia is less likely to be involved in an international consortium.
Yeah, and I think that science always in America has been funded based on international competition. The reason we have a federally funded science organization in the United States is because of the end of World War II. Then we had a Cold War of Russia. Now if you listen to the people who go to authorize money from Congress for science, they're talking about competing with China. But at the same time, we need to collaborate with China because they got some great scientists over there. And so American science has always walked this line between getting the money because we're competing, but wanting to have international collaboration so that we can get the best discoveries. And it's an ongoing...
And Eric Landers, we should say, who is very much in the book, is now the chief science advisor to the president.
Yes, and Eric, there's a lot of great stuff in the book about Eric. And he's got a big job because he has to walk these two lines. He's the OSTP director, which is Office of Science and Technology Policy. He's the science advisor to the president, and thankfully Joe Biden made that a cabinet level position, and Eric was confirmed, which made Walter and me very happy. Yeah.
Quick question. I think a lot of people in this audience will be interested in this, which is where we are as far as reversing the aging process. And that's a general question, but I'm sure you can get more specific. But something that you said earlier, which is, you can deal with diseases and whatever, but the brain is further on. And I wanted to talk about that a little bit because I don't think anybody here wants to be an empty vessel. So could you address that?
Yeah. Well, there are two components of aging process research, and maybe Holden can fill in more. One is sort of the telomere thing where you try to do it in a broad brush way by slowing the shortening of telomeres. The other is, what is it about aging that you particularly want to stop? And some are simple, like osteoporosis. Well, okay, that can maybe be genetically fixed. And the more complicated one, which you just referred to, is memory. And that spans everything from Alzheimer's research, which has really not been as successful as we would have hoped, to genetic engineering to create more memory in the brain, which could happen. And so it doesn't necessarily lengthen life, but it lengthens cognitive skills, which is, to me, and I think you kind of implied that, the more important thing. And I think within 5 to 10 years, we will be able to use genetic engineering to deal with memory and to increase memory, and something probably dangerous, which is to have kids who have much better memory. I was just reading a book, Kathy will remember, we went to the book thing, Joel Klein had it, of a person who's written a book saying how important it is that our memories aren't great, that we couldn't do narratives. We couldn't do storytelling. It's a problem if your memory is too good. But I think we'll be able to enhance memory and test that theory.
Thanks. Is there a non-state actor or terrorist side to
Yeah.
CRISPR technology?
Yeah, there's a chapter in the book called Anti-CRISPR in which DARPA, the Defense Department's research agency, is funding Jennifer's lab as well as the MIT lab to create anti-CRISPRs, which is what it sounds like, anti-ballistic missiles, try to stop missiles, and in fact, around here was a big deal because Kevin Esvelt and others at MIT, meaning not my crowd at Berkeley, were thinking of gene-drive mosquitoes in order to, I think, stop Lyme disease or whatever it was.
Probably malaria. Yeah.
Malaria, I don't know. Is malaria a big problem on Martha's Vineyard or not? Yeah. But you know, well, that's fine. But I remember being a young kid when they came up with ways to get rid of mosquitoes and DDT, and all of a sudden in Louisiana we didn't have any more pelicans. So you have unintended consequences when you unleash things like this onto the world. So the Defense Department wants to know how to reverse some of these things. Now, there are two types of actors you have to worry about. There's the biohackers, some of whom in my book, and I find quite amusing, you know, and they're doing things, biohacking CRISPR so they can have better muscles by regulating myostatin. And I think that's harmless, but clearly if you had a biohacker who was evil, you could create really bad things. And so that's just the non-state actor. And then you do have to worry about state actors, and I won't get into the controversy here because I'm still confused by it. But even with the SARS-CoV-2, you know, to what extent were there gain-of-function experiments that may have accidentally led to some of these things? Well, that's what this is, a book about gain-of-function experiments.
Yep. On complicated organisms. Yeah. This will be the last question.
The Lion King.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm kind of wondering about the genetic modification used on coral reefs and how they can combat against bleaching events and what effect they might have on marine life later down the road, if you know anything about that.
I don't. I don't know if we need another last question. I'm so sorry. I should. I don't even know whether coral reefs have genetic material, do they?
Oh, sure. They're alive. Yeah.
I just have to end by proving how little I know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm very sorry.
There's only one I know of in Hawaii.
Yeah.
There's only like one experiment I know of in Hawaii, so
Yeah.
it's like it might be early on with that.
Well, I hope you write a piece for it. Send it to me because I know the editor of Science Magazine.
Well, I happen to be a freelancer, so.
Yeah. We're
How
always
much
looking
do
for
you
great
pay
stuff.
per word?
It's
Actually, they pay per
scandalously low.
footnote, right?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so Walter, thanks so
Thanks.
much for doing this. Thank you all.
An extra thanks to Walter and Holden. And just two housekeeping notes. One, please do leave the tent between sessions. And secondly, there's a lost key to a Jeep vehicle at the registration desk. If anyone's driving a Jeep and lost their key, at the registration desk. Okay, great. I think we're ready to get started with our next session. If you missed some of the earlier announcements, just a couple reminders. Welcome again to the 2021 Summer Martha's Vineyard Book Festival. Thanks for coming. We're pleased to be here. We're pleased to be able to be in person, but obviously we have to take some precautions. Please follow the instructions you see around and leave the tents between sessions if possible. You'll find water outside the tents and at the registration booth. And if you haven't already, we really encourage everyone to stop by the book tent. Consider purchasing the books you're hearing about today. It supports the authors, it supports the program, it supports independent booksellers. We'll happily take some questions as we wrap up this session. Feel free to just form a line to the microphones here, and we'll leave plenty of time for questions. Try to keep them brief so we can fit in as many as possible. But without further delay, I want to introduce our panelists. So today we've got Adam Gentleson with Debbie Paul. I'll introduce Debbie and let her introduce Adam. So Debbie Paul is the chair of the Indivisible Massachusetts Coalition Coordinating Board. It's IMC. It's an all-volunteer, statewide organization created to support the work of more than 50 groups and their allies across the state, working to improve democracy, support policies and legislation that improve equity and justice for everyone, and eliminate institutional racism. So welcome, Debbie and Adam.
Thank you. Am I on? Can everybody hear me okay? Thanks. Thank you very much. It is my sincere pleasure to be here with Adam, and let me tell you about Adam. Adam Gentleson is the executive director of the Progressive War Room Battleborn Collective and the former deputy chief of staff to Senator Harry Reid, where he was senior advisor on political, legislative, and communication strategy through the fight years of Obama. Described as a rules whiz by Huffington Post, Reid's strategies receive extensive public attention and become topics of discussion for senators, and his recommendations are often adopted. Gentelson's work has been cited as influencing the debate over reforming the filibuster in the Senate, motivating Democrats to be aggressive. In addition to the New York Times, Gentelson's writing has appeared in the Washington Post, Politico, and CQ. Adam is here at the festival with his new book, Kill Switch. Hope everybody's got a copy.
Me too.
Kill Switch, The Rise of the Modern Senate and the Crippling of American Democracy, published to wide praise, including this from Ezra Klein. In Kill Switch, Adam Gentleson has created both an essential portrait of a Senate and a political system in crisis, as well as a crystal clear analysis of how to save it. This is a necessary book for understanding why the Senate has become the key impediment to American governance. Every member of the US Senate should read it, and so should the rest of us. So, before I get started, I want to give a quick shout out to some folks who helped us get here. Kathy Walters of the Vineyard and Carla Cooper, who leads the local Indivisible group on the Vineyard. She asked Ezra Levin, who's a co-founder and co-director of Indivisible National, to help her get in touch with Adam Gentleson. So thank you for doing that, because that's why he's here. And I have to share one more thing before we start with the questions. So since Adam is from the Senate, he should know that all of this happened as a result of a town hall that the Indivisible Mass Coalition organized and hosted for Senator Markey, our Massachusetts senator, back in February, where Senator Markey, reaffirmed his commitment to abolish the filibuster. And he recommended to us, all the Indivisibles from around the state that were on the call that night, to read the book, Kill Switch, The Rise of the Modern Senate and the Crippling of American Democracy. So if he hadn't recommended that book to us, Carla wouldn't have known to call. So you never know. Listen to your senators just like they have to listen to you. All right, so let's get started. Thank you very much, Adam, for writing this insightful book. It was very clear and a page turner. from the beginning of the framers of the Constitution all the way to the dysfunctional modern Senate that we live with today. So most people are familiar with the filibuster from the perspective of Mr. Smith goes to Washington, some senator stands on the floor of the Senate and talks forever. Okay, however, in the book, Adam writes that the framers designed a Senate as a majority rule body. As he points out in his book, the word filibuster didn't exist in the language of the framers. However, the filibuster developed. It was first a talking filibuster, and now it's a silent one. So Adam, tell us, what's a filibuster, how to get started, and where are we today with this thing?
Absolutely. Thank you, Deb. Thank you for moderating. Thank you to the Book Festival for having me. It's really a pleasure. And thank you, Carla and Kathy, for getting me here. The filibuster, as you said, was not included in the original design of the Senate. And I think that's a really important point to grasp and hold on to here, because it's become such a fundamental part of our understanding, not just of the Senate, but of our entire government. I think if you know a very limited number of things about American civics, the filibuster might be one of those things. So it is a mutation that has come to define the chamber where it exists, and in many ways our system itself. So I think that is sort of a reflection of what's happened. Something that wasn't supposed to be there, that is a mutation, has now taken over the host being in many ways. And it's not that the framers didn't think of it. It's actually the opposite. They thought of it and were very clear that they did not want it to exist. So it wasn't an afterthought, it wasn't an omission, it was something that they very clearly considered and rejected entirely. They didn't have the word filibuster to describe it, because that word didn't come about until much later, reflecting how it didn't exist in the first place. But they could understand the idea of it, and they discussed it at length at the Constitutional Convention. They wrote about it at length in the Federalist Papers. And they were very clear that there should be no sort of supermajority threshold, not just in the Senate, but in anywhere in the decision-making apparatus of the US government. The reason that they were so focused on this question is that in the Articles of Confederation, which was American government version 1.0, they did put a supermajority threshold in Congress for most major pieces of legislation, on the theory that filibuster defenders use to defend it today, on the theory that a higher threshold would facilitate compromise and consensus and generally be a force for moderation. So all good things, well-intentioned legislative design. But what they found in practice under the Articles of Confederation was that the exact opposite happened, and that rather than promoting consensus and compromise, the supermajority threshold promoted gridlock, and it empowered the side that was in the numerical, I'm going to say minority a lot here. What I mean when I say minority is numerical minority, whoever is on doesn't have as many votes as the other side. So a supermajority threshold, rather than promote compromise and consensus, empowered the minority in any given debate to impose gridlock and to just try to make the majority look bad. And this was a disaster under the Articles of Confederation that led to many major crises. And so by the time they got around to writing the Constitution, they had had firsthand experience with what government looks like when you have a supermajority threshold, and they were very clear that they did not want this to happen again. So, I was surprised when I started doing the research about how unambiguous this is, because you hear a lot of talk about James Madison and protection of minority rights when you talk about the filibuster. But Madison was the leader of the opposition to the idea of a supermajority threshold. It's his notes on the Constitutional Convention that we rely upon and the historians rely upon, and he was adamant throughout the process. He did believe in the protection of minority rights, but only up to a point, and that's what gets lost in the certain debate in the debate today. He believed that the minority had a right to have its say, to have input in legislation. The Senate was designed to promote, small states and make them equal to big states, which is actually something Madison opposed to, but that's another story. He was from a big state, Virginia, so he was somewhat biased on that question. He didn't want Delaware to have the same number of votes as Virginia, but we won't get into that. But it sort of underscores the point of how limited his appreciation for minority rights was. And so, it's very consistent in his notes on the Constitutional Convention, in his writings in the Federalist Papers, in Hamilton's writings in the Federalist Papers. Again and again, they raise the arguments that people make in defense of a supermajority threshold and then knock them all down one by one and come to the conclusion that at the end of the day, when minority rights ran up against the principle of majority rule, the minority should have their say, they should have a long time to discuss, all that stuff. But when push came to shove and the two came into conflict, majority rule should win every single time. So this was not a close call. This was something that they were very clear about, and something that Madison, who was one of the youngest framers and lived for a while and had a long career in government after writing the Constitution or being the secretary of the convention, he was consistent throughout his entire career on this. Never wavered, always came down in favor of majority rule, even as the filibuster started to come into existence later in the 19th century.
Okay, so how did it come into existence? What caused that to happen?
So obstruction is nothing new. It's
Yeah.
been around forever. It was in the Roman Senate. It's been in every legislative body. I mean, it's people are creative about how to stop things that they don't want to happen. And so two things happened. One is that a lot of the rules and norms that the Senate put in place to prevent something like the filibuster from coming into existence started to be weakened over the course of the early 19th century. So, when I say they didn't want the filibuster, and they wrote about it in the Federalist Papers, they wrote about it in the Constitutional Convention, they also put rules in place to prevent it. Like, they were very clear they didn't want this thing to exist. This is not just a matter of philosophy, it was a matter of practice. So in the early Senate, there were limits on how long you could debate. And most importantly, there was a rule on the books that said that if a debate went on for too long, a majority of senators could vote to cut it off. They rarely used this rule because they had a lot of other norms and practices that stopped senators from debating too long. It was just considered to be beneath the dignity of a senator to do that. The idea was you would get up and you would give your speech and you would have your say and you could even speak at great length, but at the point at which you start to veer into obstruction rather than persuasion, senators would just start talking over you. There were only about 26 senators in the body at this time, so it wasn't very big. And if people in the room started to get antsy, you could tell. They would start talking over you. They would open the doors to the chamber. There were all these things they would do. But if none of that worked, they had a rule that they could invoke to cut the person off on a majority rule vote and then bring the bill up for a vote also at a majority threshold. In 1806, they got rid of that rule almost by accident. This rule is called the previous question rule. And it's actually a very common rule in most legislatures around the world, in state legislatures. Previous question refers to the bill on the floor. It's let's get to the question is basically the idea behind the rule. In 1806, the Senate was undergoing its third impeachment trial. This was of Samuel Chase, and it was the most contentious impeachment that America had faced to date. The first two were relatively open and shut cases of treason and drunkenness. This one was more fraught. It was about, could you be impeached for being too partisan, essentially? And so it carried a lot of political implications. Aaron Burr was the vice president at the time, and as such, he was president of the Senate. He oversaw this impeachment trial, and he did so very well, and everybody was very pleased with his handling of the trial. But in his conduct of the trial, he found that in the act of presiding, the Senate's rules were all over the place. They were written in different places, and it made it difficult to be the presider. And so he said to the Senate, he gave this big, glorious speech at the end of the trial about the greatness of the Senate, and everybody was, congratulating each other on how great they were. And then Burr said, by the way, here are some recommendations for basically cleaning up your rule books and streamlining things and putting them all in one place. And one of the recommendations was to get rid of this previous question rule because nobody ever used it. It was such an established norm that you would not use debate to obstruct that they were like, you don't need this, it's beneath your dignity, just get rid of it. It's not going to ever need to come into play. So perhaps the most consequential copy edit in American history, and underscoring just how much of an afterthought it was. It's not like they got rid of that rule and then all of a sudden people started using the filibuster. It took another 25 or 30 years for people to realize that this loophole had been created and to start exploiting obstruction that this loophole had allowed. So they got rid of it, no one really noticed, and then a man named John Calhoun came to the Senate. I'll stop there because I suspect that might be part of your next question.
No, it's not, so go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, finish your thought.
I also just needed a drink. Loopholes are loopholes. They exist on the books for a long time, and sometimes they're never discovered, and it takes a certain kind of person to come along and figure out how to exploit those loopholes. So John Calhoun was that person. He wasn't the first to use what we would sort of today describe as the filibuster. There were sort of scattered instances of obstruction and people using something that could kind of be loosely defined as a filibuster before him. But what he was the first to really do was to marry the particular kind of obstruction that today is called the filibuster, giving long speeches, with the principle of minority rights. And to fuse those two things together into something that was bigger and powerful and that proved to be very lasting. And the reason that that fusion mattered was that there were all kinds of obstruction that were practiced in the Senate and in the House throughout the 19th century. And eventually, many rules were passed to get rid of all these different kinds of obstruction and to sort of write them out of the rules. But the filibuster was durable because it had this connection to this grandiose principle of minority rights. But from the beginning, when John Calhoun was invoking the filibuster on behalf of minority rights, what he was really talking about was not some besieged or vulnerable minority. He was the senator from South Carolina, and his principal patrons and the folks on behalf of whom he did virtually everything in political life when he was in the Senate were slaveholders of the South and the nascent Confederacy that was forming. And so when he was talking about preserving minority rights, he was talking about preserving the rights of the powerful white supremacist class of the South.
Right. Okay. So that leads into my next question. So what's happened is many now recognize the filibuster as a racist tool and a Jim Crow relic. So tell us more about why is it a Jim Crow relic?
Absolutely. So what Calhoun did was he, in the name of promoting the interests of his constituents in South Carolina, the plantation class, he innovated what we today would describe as the talking filibuster, which you mentioned before. Yeah. This is Jimmy Stewart on the Senate floor, talking for a long time. Because all through the 19th century and into the 20th, there was no rule. The Senate was still a majority rule body, and I just want to emphasize that. Even as the filibuster started to develop, every single bill that came before the Senate was passed or failed on a majority rule basis. There was simply, with few exceptions that are in the Constitution for treaties, impeachment, and a few other things, everything else, all regular business was majority rule. So when you think of the golden era of the Senate, and you think of all of the Missouri Compromise squeaked by a margin of 2 votes. If there had been a supermajority threshold, the Missouri Compromise never would have passed. So you name it, if it passed before 1917, it passed on a majority rule vote in the Senate. So what Calhoun did was he forged the talking filibuster. That was the best he could do with the tools available to him.
Right.
So senators would talk at great length. They could use it to back the majority up against a deadline. They could sort of force the majority to choose between their priorities because everybody wanted to get out of town, so you had to pass this bill or that bill because they took up all the time. It was a very useful tool, but it was really no more than a nuisance. It didn't kill any bills throughout the entire 19th century because eventually the minority would yield. And those norms that were in place at the beginning of the Senate still held very firm. There was one big debate over a bill to make Oregon a territory in 1848. And of course, like everything, this was infused with the issue of slavery, and the Southerners, led by Calhoun, were filibustering this bill because this bill would have made Oregon a free territory. But after the filibuster had been going on for several weeks, what happened was the majority proved that they had the votes to pass it on a majority, and Calhoun's allies in this filibuster all said, okay, we should stop now. Because in keeping with Senate tradition, when the majority is able to rule, the majority should rule. And Calhoun tried to get them to keep going and got very upset about it, but they folded their tents and the filibuster ended and this bill passed on a majority vote. The Jim Crow era started in 1877 with the end of Reconstruction, as everybody knows, and throughout this era, the filibuster started to become something different. And so when people call it a Jim Crow relic, they're being entirely historically accurate. Because what we think of as the modern filibuster today is the use of a supermajority threshold.
Right.
And that is what came into play in the Jim Crow era. This happened in 1917. They introduced a rule on the Senate books called Rule 22 that is the rule that today is used to apply a supermajority threshold. They did this with the intent of giving senators tools to end filibusters, not to prolong them.
Another loophole.
It was another loop. Well, yes, exactly. This was, it's talk about unintended. First, you have a loophole. Now you have unintended consequences. This was something that was invented to say, the rule that I mentioned, the previous question motion, which would allow you to cut off filibuster majority vote. Rule 17 was supposed to be that, but at a supermajority threshold. They couldn't quite. The committee that developed the rule couldn't get consensus to make it a majority threshold. They had a majority of the committee in favor of a majority threshold. But since they couldn't get consensus, they set it at a supermajority threshold. But the idea was that on any given issue, there would always be a supermajority of senators who could come together and say, okay, this debate has gone on long enough. We veered from persuasion into obstruction, so let's end this debate and bring this bill up to pass on a majority vote threshold. What happened, though, during this era was that Southern senators who were self-avowed white supremacists, I don't use that term lightly, but this is how they describe themselves,
Right.
They started to use this rule and combine it with their enormous power in the Senate. The Southern bloc during this period was by far the most powerful bloc in the Senate. They were in control of all of the major committees. So when they wielded power, senators listened, and going up against them and opposing them was a very bad career move for senators of the time because they could wreck your career with barely by lifting a finger. What they did is they started to use this new rule to effectively impose a supermajority threshold only on civil rights bills. Civil rights bills started to pass the House of Representatives during this period by enormous margins and come over to the Senate where they had majority support. And in many cases, they had presidents of both parties. Actually, Republicans were much better on civil rights during this time than Democrats were. All of the Southern senators at this time were Democrats. So the only thing standing in between these civil rights bills becoming law as early as the 1920s was this new invention of a supermajority threshold after 1917. And I think sometimes we tell ourselves, one of the many myths we tell ourselves about the filibuster is that there is some wisdom in delay, and that sometimes it delays bills for becoming law until the public is ready for them, something along those lines. I think that's a rationale that's often used to explain why we didn't pass a civil rights bill until the 1960s, or a major civil rights bill. But that's just simply not true.
Right.
Not only were these bills passing the House of Representatives by wide margins, they had enormous public support. And when I refer to these bills, I'm talking about bills to end lynching, bills to end poll taxes, and bills to end workplace discrimination. The country was ready for these bills as early as the 1920s. We know this because the Gallup organization came into existence in the 1930s. And in 1937, Gallup polled the American people on whether they supported federal anti-lynching laws. And they found 72% of the American people in support of federal anti-lynching laws, including a majority in the South. They polled the American people on anti-poll tax laws, and they found upwards of 60% of the American people in support of anti-poll tax laws. Everybody was ready for these except for a minority in the Senate. But because they twisted this new rule into a de facto supermajority threshold, they were able to block these civil rights bills for the entirety of the Jim Crow era. And from 1877 until 1964, the only bills that were blocked and stopped conclusively by the filibuster were civil rights bills.
Right.
So it was entirely accurate. When President Obama calls it a Jim Crow era, he is being
Spot on.
not just rhetorically effective, but spot on in terms of accuracy.
So let's switch a little bit and talk about, since you mentioned 1964, pick up there and backtrack just a tiny bit. Tell us briefly about the role that Senator Lyndon Johnson had in shaping the Senate as we see it today.
So Lyndon Johnson is a fascinating character. To gain the power that he wielded, he had to do something very difficult, which was to rise quickly in the Senate, which is not something that it's hard to do today, but back then it was almost impossible. He was elected to the Senate in 1948. He became minority leader by 1952, which was virtually unheard of. Part of the reason that was possible is that nobody wanted the job. The job of majority, the Speaker of the House is a role created in the Constitution. It's always existed. The Senate was supposed to be a leaderless body, and they did not have the position of majority or minority leader until the 1920s. And at that point, it was invented almost as a secretarial role, someone to sort of keep track of party business and loosely organize business on the floor. But the real power lay with the Southern Bloc. And so the de facto leader of the Senate at the time that Johnson arrived was a senator named Richard Russell of Georgia, who was the sort of recognized master of the Senate. He served on many important committees, but just generally was known to be the power behind the throne. And so if you wanted to be majority leader, you had to get Russell's backing. But it was not a great job because you only had as much leash as Russell was willing to give you, and he had a history of sort of humiliating people in that position when they stepped out of line and reminding everybody who was boss. So by the time Johnson got there, he had just seen the previous majority leader be completely humiliated by Russell in a big fight with the Truman administration. So he didn't even know if he wanted the job. But he got Russell's backing, and he got Russell's backing by, he's from Texas, which was not considered necessarily part of the Southern Bloc. You sort of had to prove yourself, if you were from Texas, that you were a true Southerner. And the way you proved yourself was to defend the filibuster. And so Johnson's maiden speech in the Senate in 1949 was an elaborate defense of the filibuster. And he gave it to Richard Russell beforehand and to read. And Richard Russell told all the Southern senators to come to the floor and watch this rising young star. And he gave this elaborate defense of the filibuster. He went so far as to say that if he could give one gift to the countries behind the Iron Curtain, it would be the gift of unlimited debate in their legislative chambers, which I suspect is probably not what they would have wanted. But so Johnson basically aligned himself closely with Russell. Through his support, he rose to the job of leader. But he had to do this delicate dance throughout the 1950s to maintain the support of the Southern Bloc, which was his power base. But he was also trying to make himself nationally appealing as a presidential candidate.
Right.
And he needed, the Democratic Party at that time was divided between the Southern wing and the rising liberal wing. And so he had to do this thing where he had to try to pass civil rights while also defending the filibuster. And so what you had out of that process was the 1957 Civil Rights Bill, which passed, but only because Johnson completely gutted it to the point that it was satisfied that the Southerners were willing to let it pass because it was so toothless. Right. And a very interesting thing that happened in 1957 was that you had that year kick off. So Dwight Eisenhower had built a better record on civil rights than any prior Democratic administration. And Republicans were making a very strong play for the African-American vote in 1956. In 1956, Dwight Eisenhower was endorsed by the NAACP, by Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, who represented Harlem, by Jackie Robinson, and many other major black leaders. And Eisenhower won 40% of the black vote, which was the highest a Republican has won in a century. Yeah. And part of the reason he won it was because Eisenhower and his vice president, Richard Nixon, were going around the country promising to get rid of the filibuster and pass a strong civil rights bill. You had one campaign event in Harlem where Nixon was campaigning in Harlem with Adam Clayton Powell and members of the NAACP, promising to get rid of the filibuster and pass a strong civil rights bill over Democratic opposition. Wow. And then in 1957, the year opened with Nixon presiding over the Senate as vice president, teaming up with major Senate liberals like Hubert Humphrey to try to abolish the filibuster over the opposition of Lyndon Johnson, who was the Democratic Senate leader. So this is how scrambled party politics were at the time.
So jump forward a little bit, and now LBJ is the president, and it's 1964, and he's trying to pass a civil rights bill with teeth in it. Right. And the filibuster comes up. That's right. Tell us what happened with that filibuster.
So, LBJ sort of had a Damascus conversion as when he became president. And, to his credit, I mean, the guy was a virulent racist. I mean, the stories about him are terrible. But he always did have, as Robert Caro lays out in his biographies, a real love for the underdog. And, that in some ways led him to seize on civil rights. There was also an element of competition with the Kennedy administration. The Kennedy administration sort of begrudgingly advanced a civil rights bill in 1963 after the murder of James Meredith. After James Meredith was from the University of Mississippi, I'm thinking of the NAACP leader who was murdered. And so, the Kennedy administration put the civil rights bill forward, but then was happy to let it die. And their big priority domestically was a tax cut bill. Wow. And they were happy to let the civil rights bill get stuck in the committee of Harry Byrd, who was on the finance committee, and let it go. Johnson, when he became vice president after Kennedy was assassinated, his advisors gave him the same advice and said, don't do civil rights, it's a loser. you won't win. And Johnson turned to them and said, well, what the hell's the presidency for? And he intervened personally to get the tax cut bill that was stuck in Harry Byrd's committee freed. That came to the floor. That cleared the way for the Civil Rights Bill to come up. And then you had one of the longest filibusters in Senate history. This was not an individual filibuster. This was a team filibuster.
How long did it take?
It took 3 months.
3 months. 3 months of debate on the floor?
That's right.
Real debate.
Real debate. And it was the only thing on the floor at the time. And it was 3 months of wrangling, of angling for the votes. And people say today, how can we, get the votes to do filibuster reform? And the answer at the end of the day is just relentless pressure. And that's what Johnson did in 1964. He did something that his advisors told him was impossible, which was to break a Southern filibuster on civil rights.
Right.
And it was just relentless pressure from him. He was working in concert not just with the Democratic leader, Mike Mansfield, but the Republican Senate leader, Everett Dirksen, who was also helping him. And it took the president, the Democratic Senate leader, and the Republican Senate leader all working together to break the Southern filibuster over the period of 3 months.
So before we turn it over to questions, what do you think Biden should do now?
Well, it is very tricky. And I think in a lot of ways, the politics of this moment now do mirror the politics of 1964, where, reforming the filibuster and passing voting rights is something that a lot of his political advisors are probably telling him is impossible. And of course, he's got the challenge of at least 2 Democratic senators who are very stubbornly opposed to it.
Right.
But Biden has some unique credibility on this issue, and he has the ability to be sort of a Nixon goes to China on the filibuster. And I think that if he ever decided that it was really in his interest and something that he wanted to happen to reform the filibuster, he has unique credibility to go to senators like Manchin and Sinema and tell them that, if it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't be asking them to do this because he loves the Senate, he loves the institution, and he would never do anything to harm it. But that at least for the purpose of passing voting rights, which the filibuster has historically been used to defeat, some sort of reform is necessary. And I think we have to get past this infrastructure debate and the reconciliation debate in order for the White House to be able to dedicate the amount of bandwidth it would take to this. But given the threat to our democracy that we face today, I think this is something that he has to take very seriously.
Quickly.
And we see him putting a tremendous amount of personal capital into the infrastructure debate. So it is possible to do this if a president decides, and I think he needs to apply some fraction of that amount of capital to the cause of voting rights and the reform necessary to get it there.
Right. As I've heard, we need infrastructure for our democracy, and that means voting rights.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, okay, so let's leave that right there. And does anybody have a question? Does anybody want to come up to the mic? Yes, please, go first.
So, Adam, you just did a fabulous job of explaining this topic and this book to us, and I just want to encourage you to just rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat.
Thank you.
Next suggestion is go to Netflix and do Kill Switch, subtitled Mr. Gentleson Goes to Washington. I'm a C-SPAN junkie for decades, okay, and there is this iron curtain of information about what goes on in detail, also known as into the weeds, God forbid, okay? And we want to know these details because they're crucial to understanding where we really are. And people like us are not used to not knowing what's going on because we do our homework. But when there's no one to explain it, we're left in the dark. So, just one more question. You must have done research when you started the project, like all nonfiction authors do, more or less, to see, had anyone else ever done this before? Or is this literally the first imprint on the filibuster at this level of detail and sophistication?
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. So no one had written a history of the Senate in the same way. I think prior to basically the turn of the 20th century, and really the turn of the 21st century, most Senate history is very sort of self-congratulatory and glorifying. There were sort of journalistic books. Citadel by Walter White, who's the New York Times Senate correspondent, is a very good book. but they were long out of print and very wrapped up in sort of perpetuating the myths of the Senate, and so no one had ever written a book that tries to take a more critical approach. And that was reflective of my experience there, where I came in with a lot of respect for the institution, and still have a fair amount. But it is, if you excuse the term, it is an institution that is sort of critically enamored of its own bullshit, and it to an extent that's really unhealthy for it. It just believes its own hype. And I wanted to try to cut through that. There's a tremendous amount of political science research in this field, and that's something I relied on tremendously for the book. Work by Sarah Binder, who's at Brookings, has been absolutely critical. She wrote a book in the 90s called Politics or Principle that was sort of set the parameters of the debate on filibuster reform, and really sort of was one of the first books to really take it on critically and show the damage that it was doing. But these are academic books written for a different audience, extremely valuable, but not an attempt to communicate with a wider audience. So, that had not been attempted before. And as I was telling Deb, I thought it would be too boring, but I had a wonderful editor at Norton who was confident that we could build a compelling narrative out of it. So that's how it came to be.
Thanks. Go ahead. Next question.
Thank you so much for your talk and for your work. If the intent of the framers is as clear and unambiguous as you say it is, why is this not a legal question as much as a political one? What about a lawsuit to establish the proposition that supermajority rule is unconstitutional?
That's a very good question, and those lawsuits do exist. There's some excellent work by legal scholars. Jason Chaffetz at Duke University is one. And the theory is, as you suggest, that the filibuster is unconstitutional. Because what it does, by imposing a supermajority threshold on one part of the government, it is effectively changing the entire structure of our system of government. Because if one chamber changes its rules in a way that affects every other part of the government, it has sort of unilaterally changed the system. And so, if you have a supermajority threshold in the Senate, every bill that becomes a law has to pass through that supermajority threshold. So you're effectively imposing a supermajority threshold on the House too. And so that's the legal argument, that it is unconstitutional because the framers designed a system that wasn't supposed to have any supermajority decision points, and they've changed that. So those lawsuits do exist. They have not had a great time in the courts, unfortunately. They've been tossed out, and I think, unfortunately, with the makeup of the Supreme Court, such as it is right now, people are still fighting that battle. But for it to succeed, we'd probably have to get a balance of power shifted on the courts. But they're extremely good legal arguments on that score, and I think they're correct.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Adam, for your presentation. The argument that I hear most often in opposition to the elimination of the filibuster is what might be called the "be careful what you wish for" argument. That is, when the administration changes, what happens then? Would you please comment on that?
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that
Great.
up. I have two answers to that question. One is sort of my fluffy philosophical argument, but it's also about structural power, which is that if you look at this from a question of structural power, the filibuster is something that inherently benefits conservatives over progressives simply by the nature of the fact that it makes it harder to impose change. So if one side of the political world is trying to enact change and the other is trying to stop change, it empowers the right over the left. Now, of course, there are things that conservatives want to do that liberals will want to stop, and it has come in handy for liberals on several occasions, and I address some of that in the book. But when you step back and look at the balance of power, there's simply no question that if the filibuster had never existed, it would have overwhelmingly benefited liberals more than conservatives. Just to give a few examples, we're talking about black people in the South not being able to vote until the 1960s. At the time when anti-poll tax bills could have passed. Actually, there was a bill in 1891 that had the votes to pass and was scuttled by a filibuster. Mississippi, the population of Mississippi was 50% black. The population of the Carolinas was a third black. So if those populations had even a fraction of them had been actually able to exercise the right to vote starting at the turn of the century, the leadership of the South would have looked entirely different. So if you think of how our American history might have unfolded differently if there had never been a George Wallace or there had never been these Southern leaders, and Southern leaders actually had to be accountable to 50% of their population in their state, structurally, I think things would have been very different. The Electoral College was, is that bad? That sounds bad. Okay. I'm not a vineyarder, so
It's 12 o'clock,
sirens
I guess.
scare me. I guess,
It's like,
that's
is it
normal,
bad?
yeah.
I think we're okay.
But another example is the Electoral College. In 1970, they came very close to eliminating the Electoral College, and it was scuttled by a filibuster. So if we'd gotten rid of the Electoral College in 1970, you wouldn't have had George W. Bush, you would not have had Donald Trump. Union organizing, you would not have right-to-work states if it weren't for the filibuster. There was an effort to repeal the section of the Taft-Hartley Act that creates the ability to impose right-to-work laws. There was an effort to repeal that in the 1960s that had passed the House and had the support of the majority of the Senate, was scuttled by a filibuster. So I'm talking about deep structural power distribution, and there's nothing remotely comparable on the conservative side. Overwhelmingly, liberals have been defeated by the filibuster. And then I'll just make a very practical political argument, which is that, if you don't get rid of the filibuster now, you are imposing an enormous upfront cost on liberal causes. You're going to not pass voting rights. You're going to not pass background checks, immigration laws, environmental provisions that are going to get struck out of reconciliation, the PRO Act to re-empower union organizing. So you're going to take that cost up front in order to preserve this defensive tool for yourself later. The problem with that calculation is that Republicans can just get rid of that defensive tool themselves once they're back in power. And so I think the worst case scenario is to sort of shoot ourselves in the foot up front by not passing these structural issues and then have Republicans come in and just get rid of this tool that we kept in place.
Tried to play it safe.
Yeah, and I think, I think that's what is likely to happen. I think if you think Mitch McConnell is going to stand on principle and preserve the filibuster, another way to put it is if any strategy that relies on forbearance in the future from Mitch McConnell is probably not a great strategy. So look, I mean, it's not to downplay the risk. There's absolutely risk in it. But I think if you look at it from a risk calculation strategy, progressives stand to gain more, and Republicans can just come along and get rid of it anyway when they feel like it. So I think it's not an easy choice, but that's why I come down on the side of getting rid of it consistently.
And so do I hear you saying your take is if the tables were reversed, McConnell would say, yeah, let's just get rid of it and let's do what we want to do?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I mean, take voting rights, for example. I mean, if we did a carve-out for voting rights, Kristen Sinema is running around saying, don't do it because Republicans will come in and impose national voting restrictions. I think Republicans, if we don't get rid of it, Republicans will come in and do their own carve-out and impose national voting restrictions and voter ID anyway. So I just think it's a short-sighted view.
I have one last question, but first, the gentleman standing, please.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you for your book and this presentation. My question is about the practice of putting forth votes that only come from a majority of the majority in the Senate. And is there anything that can be done to prevent that going forward?
Yeah, and there's been some great research on this. So the idea is, can you write a rule, or the way this sort of idea is digested in practice is, can you write a rule that says filibusters can go forth if the filibustering senators represent a majority of the population? So the reason this is coming to practice is that when Democrats waged filibuster, it's been shown that when Democrats have been in the minority, they represent a majority of the population. So Republicans in the Senate have not represented a majority of the population at any point since the turn of the century. Even when they've had as many as 55 seats in the Senate, they've represented less than 50% of the country. Today, in your evenly split Senate, the 50 seats the Democrats have represent 41 million more people than the 50 seats that Republicans have. So the idea is, can you do a filibuster if the senators, even if there are only 40 senators, represent a majority of the population?
The answer is you can write the rules however you want, basically. If you wanted to have what they call majoritarian filibusters, that's what this would be called. You can write the rules. The Senate it's very Calvin ball in its rulemaking. They like to think that it's this austere body, but 51 senators can write the rules however they want. So you could do that if you wanted. You're only limited by the creativity of the smart parliamentarian lawyers who are writing the rule. But that is something that's being seriously discussed.
So what rule do you think you go through reforms? Which one reform would help get us back to a governing body of majority rule? 51 votes wins the day as it should.
Yeah, I mean, I would basically, not to be an originalist, because I'm not, but I would reimpose the rule that was there in the first place is the easiest way to do
simple?
it. Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's there's value in the minority having the protections that they were supposed to have, which is the ability to debate bills at length, to have their say.
Persuade.
To persuade, and if you can persuade the other side to come around and you get more votes, then great. Right. So a rule that would allow that debate to take place, you could put a clock on it and say, 500 hours of debate or something. That's an idea that's being kicked around. But after that, a reasonable standard of debate is exhausted, the majority, if it's had the votes, would be able to cut off that debate and move it to a final vote. And the funny thing about this is that even today, bills pass or fail in the Senate on a majority vote. The vote to pass or fail a bill is still a simple majority. It's only this procedural vote that stands in the way.
So the filibuster is essentially just a procedural vote.
That's right. It's just a procedural vote. Everything that dies by filibusters is failing to get out of the debate stage, essentially.
Right. And so if you get that out of the way, things will pass by majority vote. 51 votes wins the day, done. But they prevent that.
It's this rule from 1917 that prevents it.
Okay.
And so if you basically redid that rule but set it at a majority threshold, which is what they had originally, then I think you'd be fine.
We'd be good. Yeah. Okay. So I hope the senators are listening. So one other question, since a lot of us got here because we're grassroots organizers, from your experience in the Senate, what kind of impact do grassroots organizing and calling our senators and sending postcards and phone banking, what impact does that have? Any? Should we continue this?
I think it has enormous impact. And I think, look, I always think of the effort to stop the repeal of the Affordable Care Act in 2017. I think the grassroots was instrumental in making that happen and stopping that effort, which, by the way, was not stopped by a filibuster. It was stopped because they did repeal through the reconciliation process, so they only needed a majority to repeal, and it was their failure to get a majority to repeal that saved Obamacare, not the filibuster. So on this issue in particular, I think grassroots has already had an enormous impact. I mean, look, it's very frustrating that we don't have these last two senators on board, but in some ways this is sort of a first world problem, but it's demonstrates how much progress has been made, because I look at someone like Senator Klobuchar, who will be here tomorrow. During the Democratic primary, just less than a year ago, she was against the filibuster reform. The only people in favor of it were Elizabeth Warren and Julian Castro and Pete Buttigieg, and it was considered sort of a fringe left issue. Now, Senator Klobuchar is a champion for filibuster reform.
Yes.
And she represents the moderate wing of the party. So you look at that amount of progress in that short a time is an enormous amount of progress. We reformed the rules in 2013 when I worked for Senator Reid, and it took years to get there. So while it's discouraging that you have Manchin and Sinema going around defending this rule, I think grassroots organizers should be very happy that we have gotten ourselves up to the point where it's only a handful who are left opposing it. Because going into the year, I think you had like 15 votes or something for filibuster reform. So that's a tremendous amount of progress. And to get to 50, you first have to get to 45 and 46 and 48. And I think that's
your book helped us.
Yeah,
your book helped us. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Debbie and Adam. We'll have a break here. Please go ahead and clear out of the tent, and we'll be back at 12:15 with Mark Bittman and Danielle Dreilinger. Please check out the book tent and support the authors. Thank you again. Okay, if everyone could take a seat, I think we'll get started with our next session. Just again, a few more housekeeping items. Thank you so much for observing all the safety protocols today and moving in and out of the tent between sessions. Thanks so much for coming and supporting the book festival now that we're back able to be in person again. Please always support the authors, the program, independent booksellers by going by the book tent and purchasing the books that you're hearing about today. We'll have plenty of time for questions at the end of this session, so feel free to line up behind the microphones as we start to wrap up. Please try to keep your questions as brief as possible so that we can get in as many as possible. I want to start off by welcoming Sue Ellen to kick off this session.
Yes, that's right, and we're doing it just for you, Mark. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Jessica Harris, who has many claims to fame. Most importantly, she is a member of our advisory board, the Martha's Vineyard Book Festival's advisory board, a person that I turn to often for help and advice. And if you know Jessica, what you know about her is that she always responds, and she always responds in the most gracious and thoughtful way. And she's busily writing a new book, so is a little bit tied up, but she took the time to be here today, and I want to particularly thank her for doing that. Jessica's the author of 12 critically acclaimed books documenting the food and the foodways of the African diaspora. Most recently, her book, High on the Hog, A Culinary Journey from Africa to America, was turned into a documentary film with Stephen Satterfield, 4-part. I think it helped us all get through COVID and was quite fabulous. She was in the book festival a few years ago with her memoir, My Soul Looks Back, and she is the recipient of a James Beard Lifetime Achievement Award. And it's all happened, many of those things have happened in the last year for Jessica. So with that, Jessica, thank you so much for being here, and I happily turned it over to you.
Oh, there are a lot of you. Good afternoon. I promise to be brief because, we need to get on to what we're getting onto. I'm going to say two things. One is, when Sue Ellen asks, there's only one answer. Yes. So, good afternoon. I am simply here to present the people who will be in conversation this afternoon, one of whom truly needs no introduction, and one of whom has written a tome on a subject that's quite close to my heart. The first one is Mark Bittman, and you all know Mark Bittman. He's one of the country's best known and most widely respected food writers. He's the author of over 30 books, and I, who am laboring with one, know what that means, including his How to Cook Everything series, which, with 1 million copies in print, are a mainstay of the modern kitchen. He was one of the leading, or actually the leading food columnist for the New York Times for over 30 years. His many accolades include 6 James Beard Awards. Mr. Bittman is currently Special Advisor on Food Policy at Columbia University's Mailman School of Public Health, where he teaches and hosts a lecture series called Food, Public Health, and Social Justice. His new book, Animal, Vegetable, Junk, A History of Food from Sustainable to Suicidal, which the New York Times calls a comprehensive treatise on humanity's relationship to food that matches the moment, is quite extraordinary. In Mr. Bittman's own words, you can't talk about agriculture without talking about the environment, he writes. You can't talk about animal welfare without talking about the welfare of food workers, and you can't talk about food workers without talking about income inequality, racism, and immigration. So please welcome Mark Bittman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Bittman will be in conversation with Danielle Dreilinger, Now, her subject is dear to my heart because my mother actually had a degree in home economics and was a dietitian. She got her degree from Pratt in the 1930s. Ms. Dreilinger lived in New Orleans, is moving to Raleigh, and in New Orleans she had been the education reporter for the New Orleans Times-Picayune, covering their contentious charter school revolution. Prior to that, she lived in Boston, where she produced WGBH's local news website and wrote for the Boston Globe about gentrification, diversity, and politics. She is the author of The Secret History of Home Economics, How Trailblazing Women Harnessed the Power of Home and Changed the Way We Live. In her rave review for the book, Ann Hood writes, Danielle Dreilinger's The Secret History of Economics is a revelation. That secret history is rich with gender and race issues and opened the eyes of this former home ec student. It will open yours, too. So please welcome Danielle Dreilinger and Mark Bittman. Thank you.
Hi, and thank you so much for your lovely introduction, Dr. Harris. So we're just going to give Mark an opportunity to talk about and argue about and maybe defend a little his compelling and argumentative tome that I'm sure many of you guys have already read. So to start with, what is just the main premise, the main point and argument that you're making?
I mean, I set out to write this book, and as you all know, things change. So I set out to write this book 5 years ago. It feels a little bit like, and I finished it last July, a year ago. So it feels a little bit like a different world. But the two main questions the book raises, or I wanted it to raise, are what is food for? And I think we can explore that a little bit. And why do people discount food so much? Why don't people take food more seriously? So I'll talk about each for a second. To take the second one first, everybody talks about food all the time. It's not like food is not on people's minds. Vernon was just saying to me, oh, my mother was such a great cook. My problem is that I love to eat too much, and everybody can relate to this. People are always thinking about where their next meal is coming from, and as a result, there are a couple generations of food writers who've made a living thanks to all of that. But we don't often think about where food comes from and the impact that it has on our bodies and on the environment and on our fellow humans and on our fellow species, or we haven't thought about those things. We are thinking about them more and more, just like we're thinking about the impact of everything that we do more and more. But given how critical food is, it's funny that, and now that I say this, you're going to notice it. When people talk about the burning issues facing us today, food and agriculture are almost never on that list. They almost never make it to the list of climate change, income inequality, environmental destruction, racism, gender discrimination. Infrastructure, people will, healthcare, go on and on about the problems facing, the challenges facing us today, the things we need to fix, the things that need our attention, COVID, for example, and food and agriculture rarely get onto that list. Yet, the kind of diet that American agriculture is responsible for, the sort of standard American diet, sometimes called SAD, is responsible for more deaths annually than COVID was last year, will be this year, and certainly will be next year. Barring catastrophe, as I've learned to say repeatedly. So food is a big issue. That's one point of animal vegetable junk. And the other is to just get people to ask, what is food for? Because if I say, what is food for, you're kind of glib or simple or reflexive answer is, well, to feed people. I mean, you might say to feed people and other species. You might take it a little farther and to say to feed people and other species by while doing as little damage as possible. That's pretty good. That takes it pretty far down the road. And yet what food is really for in the United States is to make money. It's to make profit. Land is owned for profit. Crops are grown for profit. Food is produced, sold, marketed, and so on for profit. And that is the number one job of people who control food. Not to nourish us. Food implies nourishment. Nourishment implies promoting health. And yet agriculture is done in a destructive manner. More than half of the food that's produced in the United States is considered unhealthy. Literally more than half, 60%. And that's not nourishment. That makes food, much of that food, closer in dictionary definition to poison. If we stop now, not that we will, but if we stop now and I said, just go think about what food's for and put it on your list of important things to think about, I feel like I'd have done my job. But we can expand on it a little bit.
Right. And actually, to follow up on that point of it, one of the points you make in your book is that enormous quantities of crops in the United States are not even grown for food. They're grown for ethanol, which was really shocking.
Yeah, a third of the corn in Iowa gets turned into ethanol, which is not even particularly fuel efficient and is heavily subsidized by the federal government so that we are paying to grow an environmentally damaging crop that then produces an environmentally damaging and not particularly efficient fuel so that the people involved in that business can make money. It's almost a direct payment to energy companies and corn farmers.
So plenty of people have railed against agribusiness, or plenty of people, if you have read all the books that I've read, that I'm guessing many of you have read. But what really startled me in your book is the argument that you make that that just agriculture itself, switching from hunting and gathering and to agriculture was, some would say, you're right, some would say it's the most disastrous change in the history of the species. And I just wanted, how is that the case? I thought that's what created writing, without which we wouldn't be here.
Well, none of us would be here without agriculture. This is not an argument that's original to me. Jared Diamond first made this argument in a piece called, I think it's called Agriculture, the Biggest Mistake in the History of the Human Race. And then Harari in Sapiens, also called Agriculture, A Huge Mistake. I just wanted to bring up that argument. I don't want to subscribe to that argument or further that argument. It's an interesting argument. 10,000 years ago, roughly, people already knew how to put seeds in the ground and watch plants grow. And people already knew how to herd animals into maybe a dead-end valley or near a cliff where they could be contained and domesticate them and take advantage of their wool or their eggs or their milk, whatever. What they didn't do until about 10,000 years ago is say, these are my plants. I'm growing them. You can't forage them. So if you forage them, we have to fight about that. Or these are my animals. I'm breeding them. You can't hunt them. They're mine. So that was the beginning of agriculture and the beginning of civilization. And without that, none of us would exist, because population on Earth at that time was something like 50 million. It's now whatever it is, close to 8 billion. And all of that is due to this spiraling food supply and need to keep the food supply up that started 10,000 years is a very short time. Even humans have been around for 200,000, and the Earth's been around for 4 billion. So this is a blink of an eye. In this blink of an eye, our population has multiplied by over 100-fold, and our food production has gone with it. Hunters and gatherers don't really need large families. In fact, large families are problematic if you're carrying your children while you're hunting and gathering. But farmers need lots of children because they need that free labor. And as a result, the more food there was, the more children there were. The more children there were, the more food was needed. Agriculture grew and grew and grew and grew and grew. So is that a problem or not? Well, it kind of doesn't matter. But here we are. But I think what's important, and Danielle and I talked before, I can't remember whether this is on your list or not, but I'll just do this. There are 3 or 4, or however you want to count them, numbers of turning points in the past 10,000 years that weren't given that agriculture existed. It wasn't inevitable that we wound up with this kind of agriculture. And when I say this, I mean just let your mind flash on the word Iowa, and that's what I'm talking about. Thousands and thousands of acres of a single crop, all fed with chemicals, no other living species allowed, particularly. Giant barns that aren't open to anybody, filled with tens or hundreds of thousands of animals, all imprisoned and tortured on a daily basis. That's what modern agriculture looks like. And it is what exists, but it wasn't inevitable. One could imagine other things having happened. Had European nobility not chosen to turn food crops into a profitable, tradable thing, that was a turning point. Had the Europeans not started to run short of food and land and decided to conquer the world, that was a turning point. Had they not successfully conquered the world, that was a turning point. Had they had any sense of justice or fairness when they began to conquer the world, that was a turning point. And had they not invented, and it was close, had they not invented chemical fertilizer about 100 years ago, that was a turning point, because without chemical fertilizer, you couldn't have Iowa, and you would have had to figure out how to do agriculture in a way that was more in harmony with the earth, more, not necessarily traditional, but which took the knowledge and advice of tradition and the wisdom of tradition and respected that, instead of saying all those peasants didn't know how to conquer nature, we figured this out. Well, we see from climate change and environmental destruction and land grabbing and even income inequality that we haven't figured this out, and we have to figure it out now. This is another turning point. We're at another turning point. Every speaker here is going to say we're at a turning point from their perspective, and that's not because it's a fun thing to say, but because it's actually true that we are at a juncture in history where if we don't start to fix things, we're in even deeper trouble than we are. So I guess the summary of that little thing is that what's happened with agriculture has not been destiny. It's been a series of events that have led us to this place, and we now need to figure out a series of events that will lead us to a better place, because the status quo is not acceptable. It's a pipe dream to think, it's not a pipe dream to think that we can make positive change in this country and in this world. It's a pipe dream to think that the status quo is acceptable and manageable and sustainable, because it's not.
So among the steps that you chronicle in this, spiral towards the bottom, are many times when the USDA, organization that I researched with, because it housed the Bureau of Home Economics, were also complicit in some of this. Times when the USDA failed to protect farmers, certainly small farmers, failed to regulate production, and generally sided with profit and industry and chemical companies and so on. But there were also people who pushed back about this. So I was hoping that you could talk about some of the black farmer resistance movements over time.
Well, there were resistance movements, not only on the part of black farmers, on the part of indigenous people, and on the part of, even to some extent, on the part of white people. But, I think it's more important to, I do think it's more important to set the record straight on how land distribution, how inequality, wealth inequality, happened in the first place, and a lot of that has to do with USDA, and a lot of that happened after, in the years following the defeat of Reconstruction, or the overturn of Reconstruction, when land was being given away in the United States, and the land, much of this is elementary. Land was obviously stolen from indigenous people, but it was stolen on behalf of the federal government. Some of it was stolen individually, but most of it was claimed in treaties, many of which are not respected, by the federal government, and then given away by the federal government thanks to the Homestead Act or in other ways, whereby almost exclusively white men, almost exclusively of European descent, were given big plots of land for free, at the expense of course, indigenous people, and without taking into account enslaved people, formerly enslaved people, descendants of enslaved people, all of whom are, or should be, full citizens of this country. So the resistance is important, but the resistance has largely been unsuccessful, and what we have is a largely white supremacist country that's being actively defended as a white supremacist country, and that begins with wealth and land. And this is a philosophical argument, and there are probably people here better equipped. There are certainly people here better equipped to have this conversation than I. But white supremacy grew out of economic need and out of, for want of a better term, capitalism. Capitalism was not the result of white people saying, we're better than everybody else, therefore we're going to make an economic system that runs the world. The economic system that created slavery needed justification, and that justification was, we're holier than thou. We are the master race, for want of a better term. And that's what we have to resist now. There has been resistance in the past, and other people will speak about that today and tomorrow. But they'll also speak about, and I want to say, the resistance is important now, and if you see food, agriculture, and land as important issues, and you talk about justice and fairness in food, in nutrition, in agriculture, in land, then you are talking about justice in race, in income inequality, in gender, in immigration, in environment, environmental protection. You're talking about, I like to call it ecology. You are talking about the oneness of all of us, and the oneness of all of us and the earth. So
is that all?
Is that all? But it's funny to be at a thing where it's fun and funny to be at a thing where 20 or 25, however many of us there are, and we're not a self-selected group, but it's not a stretch to say that the festival has a progressive bent. But we all come at this place from different places, and everybody we've heard and everybody we're gonna hear comes to a sort of similar conclusion, which is that we need to act. We need to see that issues all are intertwined. We're in deep trouble. Much of that trouble takes the form, or is at least right now taking the form of white supremacy, and an important struggle is against that. But no matter where you come from, whether it's food or a history of home economics or making chairs, if you think it through, you're going to come to these same kind of conclusions. So perhaps a stretch, but yeah.
So you're looking at what to do about all of this. I wanted to talk a little bit about like personal change versus personal change for bigger changes. And my antenna were up reading through the book and reading about junk food and real food, because there is a lot of food shaming and guilting in this realm. Falls especially hard on women, falls even harder on people who are feeding children, which are usually mothers. And it's easy to be in a place, I think, where you think about eating an Oreo, and you feel bad, first of all, because, oh, it's empty calories, it's sugar, it'll make me fatter, fat is bad, it might contribute to heart disease is bad. And on top of that, and also it's destroying the earth because this is all high fructose corn syrup, and this is ultra processed, and I shouldn't eat this. On the other hand, then I don't know about all of you guys, but when I'm told, even if I'm telling myself I shouldn't eat something, suddenly I want to eat it. And, if you have your 5-year-old who's, screaming, or, the restriction promotes eating disorders later on, and the whole 9 yards. So where do you think the balance lies between personal changes and trying to do bigger changes? Where should we be putting our energy?
I mean, that's the key question, and we should spend some time on that. Let's see. The first thing to say is we can only eat what there is to eat. We can only eat what's in the market. And if I say, and I said, 60% of the food that's out in the world, in the United States, is ultra-processed food, is junk. And that's the right number, 60%. I'm convinced that's the right number. That either means that 60% of us are getting 100% of our calories from junk food, or 100% of us are getting 60% of our calories from junk food, or, as is the truth, somewhere in between. Some people eat very little junk food. Some people eat really a lot of junk food. We all eat some junk food. It's inevitable. Mm-hmm. We all also know that we've been trained since birth. We are hardwired to eat sugar and salt and fat. We are also hardwired to eat pretty much as much food as we can get our hands on. And now we are all trained from birth to see those foods not in their natural form, but in the form of what are called CPGs, consumer product goods, ultra-processed food, fast food, junk food, whatever you want to call it. So if the easiest way, the most convenient way for you to get your calories is at a drive-through, you are going to be eating ultra-processed food. If the easiest way to get your calories is in the freezer case, you're going to be eating ultra-processed food, and so on. That would be bad enough that 60% of the calories available to us are junk food. But the fact is that there's a virtually unlimited marketing budget, which, by the way, is tax deductible to food companies and therefore subsidized in a big way. There's a virtually unlimited marketing budget that teaches us from the moment we're born and before that Coke is the coolest drink that there is, that Tony the Tiger is our friend, that that Doritos are the most fun snack food, and that McDonald's is the place you want your parents to take you to on Sunday afternoon when you're driving around. And how many iterations on that? 1,000, 1,000,000, whatever. And we all know there isn't a person in this room who doesn't know the difficulties of denying themselves the Oreo that they were taught as children that they want. I mean, it's a meme in a way to say, well, I struggle with food issues, but anyone who starts to think about, well, I'd like to have a better diet than the diet I'm eating now, which is most of us, knows that it's not as simple as saying I'd like to have a diet than the better diet than the, because the food that's out there doesn't support, for most of us, doesn't support a good diet, and because our heads are in a place where when we're happy or sad or in any way emotionally vulnerable, we want pizza or ice cream.
bored.
We want that, or bored, right? Anything. Anything. We want pizza. We want ice cream. We want a hot dog. We want Doritos. We want whatever it is we want. And then you throw onto that, and I'm sure I'm forgetting some layers, but then you throw into that not everybody can afford to have the same choices as most of the people sitting in this room. So some people can say, well, I'm not eating any more junk food, and it doesn't mean they're not struggling, but it might mean that they go to the farmer's market here and they buy like the best possible food. Money is no object. They buy that stuff, they put it in the refrigerator, they lock themselves in their house, and they only eat that stuff for a week. At the end of the week, they got to do it again, but okay, they can do that for a week, but not everybody can do that. And some people are like, I got to go to the drive-thru, or I got to go to the bodega, or whatever. And that's not an insignificant number of people in this country. And so we have what amounts to a public health crisis. I said at the beginning, more people are dying of diet-related chronic disease every year than of anything else, including COVID. Not of everything else put together. It's not quite that bad, but of everything else, including COVID, a minimum of 500,000 people. Some people say 1.5 million people. Like all statistics, you can find what you want to find, but a lot of people die from diet-related chronic disease in the United States every year. It's the #1 killer. And I'll go back to what I said at the beginning. This is why asking ourselves the question, what is food for? And asking ourselves the question, why don't we rank food and agriculture higher up in our concerns is a very real. Why isn't this a crisis? If something kills 500,000 people a year, COVID's a crisis. Why isn't the way we eat a crisis? And the way we eat, I can't say this enough, is determined by agriculture. It's determined by what we grow, how we process that food, how we put that food into the market, where it is, how accessible it is, how affordable it is. And the best food is the hardest food to find and the least affordable and accessible food in this country. There's an argument that we could turn that around. We're subsidizing the worst kind of agriculture and the worst kind of food. We, the United States, could subsidize the best kind of agriculture and the best kind of food. That's not going to happen overnight, but one question I need to answer, so I need to be asked, is what are we supposed to do right now?
Right. As many of us, we prioritize individual decisions because that's what we feel we can control, and because American society always is about individual responsibility. But, arguably, probably actually inarguably, that creates a better fed, healthier elite without actually changing the environment for most of the people in the country. So yeah, instead of, if we can take the energy that we're putting on whether we eat the Oreo, what should we be doing with that energy instead to actually create change?
Right. Well, I mean, saying to people, don't eat the Oreo or fix your diet, get exercise and eat better foods, is kind of like, saying, use public transportation when there is no public transportation, or ride a bike when there's no bike lanes, or when people don't have bikes. You have to make the environment so that these things are possible. So I would say in the long run, the answer is treat food as a public utility, subsidize good agriculture, not bad agriculture, subsidize good food, make sure it's affordable and available to everybody, and that will make things, that's a snap. We are nowhere near any of that happening. I mean, I'm not an idiot. So that's exactly the question. Where do we put our energies now? And again, I think this argument intersects with arguments that so many other speakers are making this weekend, because it amounts to Francis Moore LePay says, hunger isn't a food issue, it's a democracy issue. These are democracy issues. This is who started their talk yesterday talking about we the people, Barbara. It's up to us to fix this, and that's where our energies need to go. So I don't need to talk about defending voting rights, because that's not my department. But that's right. It's right that we need to defend voting rights. But let's just talk about, we'll take food as a separate thing and say, what are the things, what are, say, 5 or 4 or 8 things, I'll just rattle some off, that could be done in the next 3 or 5 years or even months that would lead us to a place where we could envision where the next steps would be in making a better food system. So it doesn't sound like a big thing, but the absolute priority in some ways, because it's easy, and the FDA could do it if the FDA had a commissioner, and that commissioner had will and brains, would be to take antibiotics out of the food supply. So 80% of all antibiotics in the United States are used in raising animals industrially. The reasons we should not be raising animals industrially are many and well discussed elsewhere, but it would be much more difficult to do that if we took the routine use. So animals are given antibiotics in order to prevent disease and to promote growth. And the reason that's desirable on the part of producers is because they're in such miserable conditions, and they're so crowded that without the antibiotics they would drop dead within days or weeks. And furthermore, those antibiotics breed bacteria that are resistant to other antibiotics, making antibiotics less effective on humans. So many of us have had the experience of having an antibiotic-resistant infection, or maybe even have known someone, because tens of thousands of people per year die of antibiotic-resistant infections that could have been treated by antibiotics a generation ago, but can't be now because the new generations of bacteria are too powerful. That's a direct result of feeding animals antibiotics. Similarly, we need to enforce existing laws and create new, more powerful laws regulating the use of chemicals in agriculture. Right now, anyone can go into a hardware store anywhere and buy carcinogens and agents of death in general, and spread them on their land and make themselves or their land or their children or their farm workers, in many cases, sick. And that's a direct result of using chemicals in agriculture. Similarly, if we get back to animal production, the amount of pollution, carcinogens, and so on that comes off of the production of 10 billion animals a year in the United States, and that's how many we raise and kill every year, 10 billion. There are, interestingly, more chickens raised in the United States than there are birds in the world, wild birds, every year. So that's the kind of numbers we're talking about. That kind of animal production not only affects everybody's environment, not only produces meat you probably don't want to eat, not only raises animals in a way you can't possibly want to think about, but also creates environments around these animal production facilities that create many public health emergencies in those areas. And needless to say, those mini environments where those animals are raised are often counties with majority people of color and or majority people of lower income. That's where these animal factories are placed. That's where the environmental hazards are greatest. What else? Well, to talk about local action, it's important that our kids eat better school lunches. We know what better means. We have some control over that on a local level. It's also important that we have take some control over how our cities and our towns procure food, because every city and town is running some kind of basically public food agency, whether it is a school system or a prison or a hospital or some other kind of cafeteria. Decisions are made about how those foods are procured, and one can imagine, and indeed this is already happening, one can imagine a system that says we want 50% of our food to be grown within 100 miles of here. We don't want any slave labor involved in the production of any of our food. We want to make sure everybody who's producing our food is making twice minimum wage, whatever your town wants to say what it is. We want to make sure that X% of our food is organic. We want to make sure that our children are eating fruits and vegetables instead of mini pizzas and frozen tacos and so on. So that's 5, and I want to, and the 6th, I mean, there are others. And even those are hard enough to achieve. But they're not unimaginable. It's not impossible. They're not laughable. And the 6th is to continue to push a conversation about reparations to indigenous people, especially to indigenous people and descendants of enslaved Americans. And the reparations are not only about land, but the reparations are in large part about land. And the federal government has the power to, had the power to give away that land, and the federal government has the power to redistribute that land. Now that's a long-term project, but we are seeing more than the beginnings of that conversation. We're seeing the beginnings of action on that conversation. And yeah, I guess I'll stop there. Do you mean 5 minutes and we're done, or 5 minutes until we should start questions?
We should probably start questions within 2 minutes. Right, and
Why
if
don't you ask me
all
another
right,
question?
so we should, well, let's look. You can have 10 more minutes. For everything? Okay, so let's.
So if you have questions,
come up to
go
the
mic,
microphone, please.
Because we're streaming.
Right, and if you guys have not taken notes of his recommendations, I will tweet them out afterwards. I'm at DJ Dreilinger, so you can remember it's your to-do list. I'll start with you.
Thank you, first of all, for your work and for your newest book. I'm wondering, what is the first action that you took in your life to change your own relationship to food, whatever that meant to you at the time? And what was going on in your life that precipitated that?
I mean, it's such a common story, but of course, being a writer, I made a book out of it. I was in my mid-50s. I had been pretty healthy. I'm a runner, blah, blah. And suddenly all of the numbers that afflict middle-aged people went in the wrong direction, as they often do. And I just decided, I'm going to make this story as fast as I can. I just decided I needed some rules to eat less junk food, to eat fewer animal products, and to increase my consumption of fruits and vegetables. And to be clear, I have pretty much 100% control over what I eat. That's not true of everybody, but I not only do my own shopping, I do my own cooking. I'm almost all the time. So for me, this was pretty straightforward. And I invented this diet called Vegan Before 6, where I eat like a maniac before 6. I only eat fruits and vegetables and nuts and seeds and whole grains and beans. And then at 6, I do whatever I want. And that has worked for me. But the point is that if you have the luxury of controlling your own diet, you just need some rules that say, I'm going to make the bulk of my diet be fresh food. That's pretty much as simple as that.
All right, thank you. Sir?
I've heard venture capitalists say that we're on the verge of animal-free meat, and they just say it's a foregone conclusion. 10, 20 years from now, we won't need cows anymore. Is this a good idea?
Well, it's debatable for sure, and we don't know about resource use for animal-free meat, and we don't know about sustainability of animal-free meat, and we don't know about nutrition of animal-free meat. So what we know about animal-free meat, very good term, by the way, most people don't use that. Well, I say fake meat, but this is better, actually. Well, don't know about animal-free meat is so much that it's hard to say what the future is. Right now, it's junk food. It's ultra-processed food. You can't make it at home. I mean, I can tell you how to make a really awesome bean burger at home, but I can't tell you how to make an impossible burger at home because it can't be done, because it's super highly processed food of ingredients that you can't possibly produce yourself. So how is that stuff on the environment? How is that stuff in terms of sustainability? How is that stuff in terms of human nutrition? The answers aren't there yet. So I don't think so. I'd be okay with being wrong, but the product has to be better than it is now.
Hi. I'm very interested in, the personal responsibility aspects of this, but I'm also wondering whether you could speak about whether there are organizations that are working on this issue, probably nonprofits, that you feel are strategically capable of making a difference.
I mean, I have a pat answer for that question because I have a favorite organization, and it's called HEAL, and it's HEAL Alliance, and it's Health, Environment, Agriculture, Labor Alliance, HEAL. And it's a union of unions. It's an organization of organizations, and there are 50 or 60 organizations in it, and they range from Pioneer Valley Workers Center here in Massachusetts, which organizes agricultural workers in the Connecticut River Valley, to a Union of Concerned Scientists, to all the others that are slipping my mind, but they're involved in improved nutrition for people, protecting the environment, labor issues in food, agriculture. And it's kind of like a mutual fund of food groups. It's like if you're going to send $50 to someone, that's who to send it to, because it's going to get spent well. I mean, there are a zillion people doing good work in food in the United States, everywhere. I mean, right here too, so.
And I'm guessing this is going to be our last question, Nancy? What do you think? Oh, we have 3 more minutes, so we'll see if it's our last question.
Hi, I just wanted to go back to something that Danielle mentioned, and that's eating disorders. There's a huge minority of Americans that are purposefully starving themselves to death, and that here empty calories are bad and internalized as all calories are bad. So how do we lead the crusade against overeating and obesity without demonizing food itself and making it seem like food is the enemy?
I mean, I think part of that is answering the question, what is food for? Thinking about food as nourishment, thinking about food as being as close to, that food that's close to its source, that's food that's recognizable as food, is good. And there is a distinction between that and food that's not good. So it does require some judgment, but, as you're no doubt more aware than I, this distinction is not always made as well as it should be. But the distinction's real. It's not that food is bad. It's that American junk food is bad. Real food is great.
All right. And yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because, orthorexia is a growing problem where people who hear this, the emphasis on healthy food, use it to starve themselves in, ever more complicated and horrible ways. We have one more? Great.
Oh,
Terrific.
okay. So you said, everybody brings a different perspective to this conversation. So for this particular question, the perspective is around the role of the multinational corporation in the global food industrial complex. And as we speak, the WBCSD they're all meeting in Europe talking about this very issue, and particularly this one methodology called the true value of food. And I was wondering, what you know about it, what you think about it as a tool and a concept to sort of help executives think through.
I mean, true cost of food is a really smart concept. It basically means let's take into account everything all the costs that go into producing food. And those are agricultural, their social justice costs, their environmental costs, their climate change costs, and so on. And when you do that, all of the advantages of junk food disappear. But it's a complicated intellectual process. And if you were to price food what it really costs, then yes, real food, sustainable food would be less expensive than junk food. But we are subsidizing junk food, and part of that is hiding its true cost. So it sort of goes back to what I said before. Unsubsidized junk food, start subsidizing good food, and we come closer to a place where we're showing what the true cost of food is.
Well, thank you all so much for coming and
Perfect
joining
timing.
us for this great
Thank you.
conversation.
Great job. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much again to Danielle and Mark and all the great questions. We'll be back here again at 1:45 with Patricia Sullivan and Lawrence O'Donnell. Please hit the book tent and support the authors. Thank you. Okay, I think we can go ahead and get ready for our next session. Thanks again for everyone for coming today, supporting the festival, hopefully supporting the authors and independent booksellers at the book tent. Obviously, help yourself to water here and at the check-in tent, and let us know if you have any questions or concerns. Our next session is with Patricia Sullivan and Lawrence O'Donnell. We're really thrilled to have them here today. I'll introduce Lawrence just briefly, although I'm guessing he doesn't need much of an introduction. He is an anchor, an actor, a political commentator, and the host of The Last Word, an MSNBC opinion and news program that I'm sure many of you have seen airing on weeknights. He began his political career as an aide to U.S. Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, and from 1999 to 2006, he was associated with The West Wing, writing 16 episodes and garnering an Emmy for Outstanding Drama Series. He's been a contributor to Morning Joe and other shows, and we're so happy to have him here in conversation with Patricia. So please welcome them.
Thank you. So it's just sitting here right now, listening to that I realize I peaked years ago. This is the wreckage following that career around. And I'm sorry to say this is the closest you're going to get to Rachel Maddow, and which I know is why you're here. Patricia, I'm going to read to you about Patricia what her publisher wants you to know, okay? She's the author of Lift Every Voice, the NAACP, and the Making of the Civil Rights Movement, the first history of the formative decades of America's oldest civil rights organization, Days of Hope, Race, and Democracy in the New Deal Era, and Freedom Writer, Virginia Foster Durer, Letters from the Civil Rights Years. She is the William Arthur Ferry II Professor of History at the University of South Carolina. And she is the author of Justice Rising, Robert Kennedy's America in Black and White. This book, yes. And she is a longtime resident of this island where much of this was written. I think the best parts, actually. I think you can tell, that passage is really moving. It must have been on a moody island night when she wrote that one. So, Patricia, you say to your literary agent and to Harvard University Press, I know there are 50,000 titles out there with the words Robert Kennedy in the book title, but we need another one. And it turns out we do, because this is a focus that we've never seen before.
Well, it wasn't my idea to write a book on Robert Kennedy. It was my literary agent's idea. Because as Lawrence mentioned, and thank you for doing this, by the way, and thanks to Sue Ellen and everyone here at the festival, my book on the NAACP, which was the book I completed before starting this book, and you say NAACP and people roll their eyes, but the NAACP from 1909 through the 50s was the formative engine for the civil rights struggle. And of course, the civil rights movement was not just in the 1960s. It began with the 14th Amendment being passed, citizenship rights, voting rights, and carried forward. And so in writing the NAACP book, which embraces legal brilliance, grassroots organizing, the strength of Black culture and institutions, interracial alliances, and this fundamental faith in democracy across several generations, how people sustained this effort. As Charles Houston would say, how they kept the light burning in the face of Jim Crow, segregation, and in the process of migration. From 1909 through the 1950s, African Americans are migrating from the South to cities in the North and the West, in the Midwest, transforming the nation's racial demography. And so by 1960, when this book really takes off, nearly half of African Americans live in northern and western cities, segregated, poor, substandard housing, everything James Baldwin writes about in The Fire Next Time, published in '62. So I wanted to take a fresh look at the 1960s, having come through that, and ask different kinds of questions. Not this civil rights, Black power, but this movement that has these deep roots and moves into a moment, because the sit-ins really ignite something and push us out of the Cold War political culture of the 50s and just open things up, bring youth in, and put this issue on the table. So I wrote this proposal, and I was very proud of it. And I showed it to Ellen. She read it, And she said, "This is very interesting. It's kind of academic." I said, "Well, that's what I am." And she said, "Look," she said, "you mentioned Robert Kennedy twice. Write a book about him." I said, "I don't want to write a book about him. I don't do that kind of history, from the top. No, I'm just grassroots." And so she said, "Well, think about it." She said 2 things. First thing, she says, "I can sell it. Well, I have a job, and I don't live off my books." The second thing she said really grabbed me. She said, "People will read it." The NASP was not a bestseller. It's a great book. I'm so proud of that book. So I thought about it, and I consulted a former student colleague now here, Lara Smith, and Blair Kelly, younger scholars, historians, African American and white, who work in this history. And this friend Blair Kelly said, "We love him, Pat. We love him." So people knew things about him that I didn't know. And so I started reading, researching more, and sure enough, I mean, the way he moved through this decade and saw, responded to, and his brother too, I think that's just blew my mind. So I wrote the proposal, and curiously, I mean, there was a bidding war between Harvard and Yale. I mean, people saw, as you say, because it was a different take. And I think the fact that it was rooted in a story about African-American freedom struggle, civil rights, and just the racial explosion in the 1960s that really shapes our world today. So they were happy to get it by the time I came around, but Ellen Geiger, who's my agent, was wonderful advice.
Well, I'm so glad for her advice. And that point she makes about people will read it is so important because there's so much in this book that has Robert Kennedy's picture and name on the cover that is not directly about Robert Kennedy, but is about very, very important events and very important people who we would not be reading about if he wasn't on the cover. And I'm thinking of, for example, this scene that I was aware of but have never read more detail about. Amazing moment where James Baldwin organizes a meeting for the Attorney General of the United States, Robert Kennedy, in 1963, in the spring of 1963, in the Kennedy apartment on Central Park South. And I have read dozens of accounts of this, none of them as in-depth as this, and I learned so much about it in this version. Talk about how that meeting happened, and then the extraordinary cast who's there, including the room filled with famous people. The least famous, most unknown person in the room takes over the room, shocks the Attorney General of the United States.
Yeah, no, that's the first thing I wrote as I started this book.
That's great.
Because that was one of the pieces in my proposal to her.
Yeah.
Was about this meeting. And as Lawrence has said, it's been written about, there was a play, but when you put it in historical context, May of 1963, Birmingham has already exploded. And, Birmingham set off protests and demonstrations across the country. The lid had come off. Mississippi, Greenwood, it was chaos. And the Kennedy brothers knew. Well, they saw this from their experience the previous 2.5 years as an opportunity to move. They knew they had to move because, people had it. But they saw it as an opportunity. The nation's attention was focused on this. So that's what's going on. And Dick Gregory said to Burke Marshall, who was the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, they were working together in Birmingham. I mean, the Kennedy was trying to help. He said, why doesn't Bobby meet with James Baldwin? And they had met at the White House for a reception for Nobel Prize winners. And they had talked. It was in '62, I think. And they really were interested in each other. Kennedy he read the essay from the New Yorker that became the basis of Fire Next Time. So they said, we should talk again. And so—
Can I insert one Vineyard footnote right here on the very first meeting of James Baldwin and Robert Kennedy at the White House, because your source for that is
Rose Styron. And Rose—
I know that because it's right in here.
And thank you for mentioning that, because Rose and Bill, he went to the White House with Rose and Bill Styron. So yes, the network, and to talk with Rose, who was actually there, was pretty amazing. And again, that friendship, that's what pulled Baldwin into this moment. So when Gregory recommended it, I mean, Bobby Kennedy was ready to talk to anybody, you know, I mean, because they just, and he understood what Baldwin, I mean, the depth of Baldwin's understanding, and he wanted to, sure, fine. So he flies to Washington to meet with Kennedy over breakfast, and his flight was late, and then Kennedy had to go somewhere else, and he was going to New York the next day for his brother's birthday celebration and other things. And so he said, oh, it wasn't just that, to meet with these department store owners, trying to persuade them to end segregation, because they knew even with the Civil Rights Act, it would take, if they could get it through, it would take a while. So he said, fine. And so Baldwin left and thought, you know, we need to get a lot of people together and really help him understand what's happening and what's at stake. So overnight, and he calls Lena Horne, she says, I don't fly. He said, be here. Be here. Lorraine Hansberry, Kenneth Clark, Harry Belafonte, who was a good friend of Bobby's, Clarence Jones. I mean, as Lawrence said, a cast of stellar people. And not on the list, but who happened to be in New York being treated for a broken jaw, was Jerome Smith, who had been on the front lines of the civil rights, the sit-ins, the freedom rides, for 3 years. He was like, you know, a warrior coming from the battlefield to the meeting. And that's really the trigger, as you point out, that sets it out. So I'll speed up but it is the opening scene. And so they come together, and Burke and Kennedy coming back from this meeting where they made no headway with these department store owners. And he comes in there, and it's different expectations, you know, and it really captures the racial moment of it. Yeah. Kennedy was looking to them for advice, and I think wanted to reassure them that they were pushing for the Civil Rights Bill, and and Kenneth Clark wanted to, you know, read off statistics. Everybody had this moment with the Attorney General, and this young man is sitting there. So Kennedy starts off by explaining plans for the Civil Rights Act and just trying to, you know, and he said, being in this room with you makes me want to vomit. And imagine, he's the Attorney General, right? And he just turned away. And Lorraine Hansberry said, he is the only person in this room you should be listening to. And I think what struck me most, everyone in that room, no one understood what he had gone through. They had not, he was coming from the battlefield. And it went off and on for 3 hours. And he, you know, tried to respond, and he got a little defensive, and they just kept, it was a litany of all the things. And I think, you know, of course, you know, Kenneth Clark said it was the most violent verbal encounter that he had ever witnessed, but it was them just unloading on this guy who represented the federal government, top, and him just sitting there silent then for 3 hours, listening and taking it, you know. And in the course of it, I mean, the title of the preface is "The Best White America Has to Offer," because Lorraine Hansberry say, if you don't get it, and of course he's like, I can't, we're in trouble, because you and your brother are the best a white America has to offer.
And there was this stunning moment for Bobby Kennedy, which I think would have been stunning for most white Americans outside the room if they had gotten to see this. 1963, when James Baldwin, in this meeting, turns to Jerome Smith, who's the young civil rights worker who's been beaten nearly to death in the South, and says, as Patricia reports, asked by Baldwin if he would fight for his country, Smith answered, never. Kennedy, visibly shaken, said, how can you say that? And that was a truly stunning moment for Bobby Kennedy. There had never been a real anti-war protest in America. That was years away in 1963. And here was someone saying something that Bobby Kennedy just couldn't process.
Imagine an American citizen. And what Kenneth Clark said, we were shocked that he was shocked. You know,
shocked that he was shocked, yes, yes. And then there's this part that I did not know that is so important. And this is the way the great researchers and writers complete a scene, because that scene has always ended in any version I've ever read. It's ended in that room, which is not the way life works. Because what Patricia tells us is Several months later, at a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, Senator Robert Kennedy says, "How long can we say to a Negro in Jackson, when war comes, you will be an American citizen, but in the meantime, you're a citizen of Mississippi and we can't help you?"
No, that's perfect. No, that's
You're watching the learning curve of, in this scene, a 37-year-old man who is learning along with white America, and he is actually I'm a teenager, I'm a little kid at the time, but my experience, my sense of this is he's learning faster than most 37-year-old white Americans at that time.
No, definitely. I mean, it's really was remarkable to kind of go through with him and observe that process.
There's another remarkable moment that shows this learning curve, and now we're up to age 40. And by the way, when I was thinking about this discussion, I was thinking, should we save to the end that he died at 42 and everything you just heard about was somebody who was 35 years old or 36 or 37 or 30? Because it's truly stunning, the age of this person as he's going through these things, having grown up in a world that was a world, thoughts existed in cement. He didn't grow up in an experimental world or an intellectually experimental world. That wasn't what was happening. And he's thrown into the 1960s, and suddenly everything's an experiment. Music becomes an experiment. Poetry is an experiment. Allen Ginsberg is wandering around the presidential campaigns, and clothes become an experiment before the decade is over. And he's living through all of that. He goes to South Africa in 1966. And again, this is, by the way, much of this book has stuff that I've never read any version of. But this is something I've read some versions of. I did not know that him getting even a visa to go to South Africa involved some challenge. But the 44 or so journalists who wanted to go to South Africa, Americans to go to South Africa with him to cover the senator's trip to South Africa, were all denied visas. They were not allowed to go. That's the country he went into in 1966 to deliver a speech.
No, yes. I mean, and they let him go because, I mean, King was also invited by this student group, anti-apartheid student group. His visa was denied. But they let Kennedy go because they thought, he may be president someday. Not a good idea to leave him out, but to let him, to sort of silence him, really. But reports got out about his...
And the account in here, which is the most detailed I've read, really reads like the Beatles have just landed at JFK to do the Ed Sullivan Show. I mean, it's just, there's there's thousands of people at the airport everywhere when this man arrives.
No, yes, I mean, Margaret Marshall, who was his student advisor, who is a great former Chief Justice of the Massachusetts Supreme Court, she recounts it, and she said it was mixed race. I mean, just everybody got out there, and she said it was not easy to get to the airport, back then. It was far out in Cape Town. And he goes to the colored side of the place when he comes in. And it's just so spontaneous. And it was like, he was the only person from the outside, someone coming in who's going to be questioning the system, right? So, and then it carries on from there. I mean, the crowds that turn out, Africana as well as Black African and colored. I mean, it's...
And he delivered a written speech that he considered very, very carefully. And there's this quote that is in the beginning of the speech that appears in the book in this passage. It says, he opened by describing a country that had been, quote, settled by the Dutch in the mid-17th century, then taken over by the British, and at last independent, a land in which the native inhabitants were at first subdued, but relations with whom remain a problem to this day, a land which was once an importer of slaves and now must struggle to wipe out the last trace of that former bondage. I refer, of course, to the United States of America. And the reason I want to begin with the Baldwin meeting is that guy in 1963 didn't see the world this way.
No.
And this is 1966.
3 years later. 3 years later. No, that's a great measure of his rapid growth. And yeah, what you said about this sort of experiential time and all, and him just going. You know, Marion Wright Edelman said about Bobby, he went, he saw, he listened, he grew. A former student called him a radical listener, but he's learning, he's soaking it up. You know, he has questions, and I think that's, you know, coming in 61 as Attorney General. Yes, and then the constant interactions, and that interaction with the Baldwin crowd. I mean, just going there and sitting there and listening, and then reflecting, and as you point out, understanding Jerome Smith and agreeing with him, basically.
And it was something that no other senator would have done then for two reasons. No other senator would have been invited, number one.
Right.
And then, it's hard for me to imagine who else would have accepted such an invitation. And then once there on foreign soil, as they love to say in Washington, D.C., actually saying something that sounds critical of the United States of America.
No, astounding. I mean, you know, I spoke with Margaret and a filmmaker who, Larry Shore, who's made a great film of Robert Kennedy's visit to South Africa. He was 12 when Bobby came. He's white. And he just marveled. He went to Soweto. He said no white people went to Soweto, one of the largest townships, or they went in the middle of the night, some ANC person. He went and stood on cars and back, chairs, and just engaged with people. He just went all through. And as he was leaving, I mean, I'm trying to think of the Africana chief he went to see, Latuli.
Oh, yeah. I think that's it.
But he just went, and he would speak with anyone. That's what Margaret said. He would talk to anyone. He would go straight to the people. He had no filters. He said it straight. And by the time he left, and I read many accounts from people there in newspapers, in the Soweto paper, about the experience of him being there. It was like the window had opened. And she said, he didn't talk about apartheid so much as he talked about justice, freedom, and dignity. She said words we had not heard for a long time. And the power of that. And there's something in the book, not in the book, that I learned. He can't put everything in a book. When he was traveling out to California for his last, for the primary, and where things ended pretty badly, but there was a South African reporter based in Canada, who tried to interview him, and he said his aides really thought, you're a Canadian reporter, but he got to him, and he said the first thing Robert Kennedy asked him and he named the students he had met 2 years earlier, and this guy said they're all in prison. And he said, listen to me, if I'm elected president, apartheid is at the top. So he remembered, and there's that piece too, the South African piece.
Yeah. On November 22nd, 1963, I was in St. Brendan's Elementary School in Dorchester, about 80 miles north of here, when we got the word that the president from Boston had been assassinated, and in an instant, the word Kennedy morphed from being vigor and glamour and Camelot and excitement into simply tragedy. The word Kennedy, from that point forward, always carried the word tragedy in it. Robert Kennedy was the face of tragedy in the aftermath of his brother's assassination, both at his brother's funeral and then on into his career and into his presidential campaign. This book ends with the kind of stunning reverberation of Kennedy as tragedy again with Robert Kennedy's assassination. You lived through this. As a writer, you now have to describe these things that you lived through. Were the feelings of the moment in 1968 and of that other moment in 1963, were they in your mind, your hand, as you were writing these words?
They were. I mean, I was in the 8th grade when President Kennedy was killed, and I was getting ready to graduate from high school. And as you say, it was our 9/11, right? I mean, it just everything sort of ended. I mean, especially with President Kennedy and then Robert Kennedy. But in writing the book and learning what I learned as I researched and wrote the book, I mean, the magnitude of the loss was, I mean, when I was finishing the book, I ended with his speech in California where he said, and on to Chicago and let's win there. And I started the epilogue with Ted Kennedy's eulogy. And my editor said, no, you've got to tell the reader. Well, I said, they know, because this is about his life, you know. And so we worked that out with the help of another former student, how to do that. But it was really hard to do it. And again, I just think that his life is what is, you know, so powerful and so connected up with the promise of the 60s, with the struggles of the 60s. But at this stage, it was so powerful, and I understood so much more now from, you know, when I was younger. But to have been there and that be part of your memory, and then to go back many years later, almost 50 years later, more than that.
We all cried on those assassination days in '63 and then again in '68, the two assassination days, Martin Luther King, followed 6 weeks later by Bobby Kennedy. Did you cry when you wrote these passages?
Mm-hmm. I did, and it was deep sadness for him because I spent, you know, 9 years working on this book, and I got to know, I mean, he's not perfect, but it's just that growth and that just remarkable human being who was engaged with his times, and particularly with the struggle that we continue to struggle with today. And so the loss of, you know, if he had not, who knows, but the point is our country would have bent in another direction. And just that loss, I mean, just the loss of the, you know, because his campaign, everyone who was connected and part of and creating this new kind of politics. You know, there's a quote that I want to mention in relationship to this. You know, Robert Kennedy presided with Abraham Ribicoff over these hearings in the summer and fall of 1966, which predated the Kerner Commission report by more than a year. Everything is there. You know, it's volumes of this. And in the hearing, he had Ralph Ellison, they had Civil Rights Act, they had everybody, mayors, everyone who should be concerned and part of this issue that is huge and deep in American history. And Ralph Ellison said, and I wrote it down because I thought about this and thinking about '68, he said to Kennedy, "We are living in a time of chaos within the total political structure." This is '66. After Watts, after a summer of more in Des Moines and Omaha and places like that of urban uprisings, we do not have the political structures that can contain the energies set loose by the Civil Rights Act. And I think about that because what he was doing was trying to create, in concert with all the people who gravitated around his campaign, a political frame for moving forward. And that sort of, and again, people carried on, but he had that capacity because of who he was and these 8 years in this journey to do that. And I think that, you know, Ellison's, and we're still struggling to find the political structures to contain the energies. And I think by that he meant, you know, people had it. That's what you got in that meeting in New York. We can't wait. Oh, it's not good now. You've got to wait till the Congress is ready. Or no, no, we're not going to wait. And they understood that. So all of that, and you just need it. And the Kennedy brothers and President Kennedy, I must say, we're coming to the end of our time, but he got it. I mean, Thurgood Marshall went to see him in April of '19. The Kennedys got it. And they were prepared to move within the structure of government in concert with this pressure and opportunity created by the Civil Rights Movement. But I lost my train of thought there. But it's, so there's just this, you know, the response. Right, I mean, the Civil Rights Act, then you have Harlem after a policeman shoots a 15-year-old high school student. I mean, it's just raging. It's on fire, and there's a book about that. But we had people during this period, including Dr. King and many others, who were really working and trying to create the way that we could begin to face our past. And here's a great Kennedy quote there. He said, "We can either face our difficulties." This is in 1966 to a group at Berkeley. We can either face our difficulties and strive to overcome them, or turn away, bringing repression, increasing human pain, and civil strife. And that's where we are, right? And he saw it. And I think, I mean, the good news is that people can see and work towards and be engaged in a way. And it's your theme about growth is really important as a public servant, as a public figure, and someone who's responsive to his world and to the deep history, as he called it, a racial crisis, 100 years since Reconstruction in the making.
At his funeral, at Bobby Kennedy's funeral, Teddy Kennedy delivered a eulogy that, to my ear, is the single best public eulogy I've ever heard, and contains a phrase that I remember to this day. I remember from the moment I saw it on the television and never had to write it down, and it's that a good and decent man. And it appears here with the full phrases that followed it. A good and decent man who saw wrong and tried to right it, saw suffering and tried to heal it, and saw war and tried to stop it. Is that your view of Bobby Kennedy?
Yeah, that's well said, simple and true. You know, and you know, and he was one person, right? But what he did in his time, I agree with you about the eulogy. It really captures. Don't inflate.
Yeah.
This is who he was.
Yeah.
And we can have his words, we have his life, we have those lessons to carry forward.
Our politics and our culture has changed dramatically since the 1960s, and it's hard to conceive of a kind of privileged family like this having the kind of success that they did electorally. Franklin Roosevelt, very similar, a guy who never had to work a day in his life, and his entire life was financed by his mother every single day of his life, right? And yet they connected FDR, JFK, RFK in these ways that are kind of hard to imagine happening now. And I'm thinking about just the general level of media outrage that would meet the idea that the president has decided that his little brother, who is 35 years old, will be the Attorney General of the United States, even though he has never tried a case in a courtroom anywhere in America. That's who we're talking about in this, and who we are praising, I think both of us, in so many ways for the job that person did as Attorney General. And there seems to be a lesson in that this notion that there's this very specific list of who and what you must be in order to do this work, in order to have these jobs, is something that we might want to think about. We might want to be more expansive about our ideas in that way.
Totally. Well, that's true, and I know our time is up, but that choice of Robert Kennedy, President Kennedy knew civil rights was going to be front and center. He said, I need someone I can trust, I need someone who can tell me the truth, I need someone who can make the hard choices. And when he got the criticism from the Times and leading scholars, and on grounds that made sense, he said, forget it. Trying a case, that's not what we need. We need to build a great Justice Department and have someone who can get the best people and who's going to do the work. And he described exactly what his brother did. And that Justice Department was just extraordinary. I mean, it was, but you're right. I mean, he didn't listen to the blowback.
No. At least Teddy Kennedy had been an assistant DA in Boston for a few months before he became a senator. We are ready for questions from the audience. There are 2 microphones that must have something to do with the question process, right? Is the idea that you walk up to the microphone? Yeah. If you want to approach a microphone and ask a question, please do. How much does this book surprise you? The person who started doing the book, the person who you were at the first day of this project.
It was like writing a novel. I didn't know what was going to happen, and I knew I was onto something, but no, what I found, and as you point about him and about this, looking at the 60s through these angles and really putting the African American struggle at the center, north, south, east, west. It was, but no, about him, it really was a huge, he surprised me completely.
We have a question over here.
I'm in the middle of reading the biography of Lady Bird Johnson, and I haven't read your book yet. We're looking forward to it. I was just wondering if you have any perspective on her influence on him, or the relationship with the Johnsons together. Big question.
No, it's a great question. I won't go on and on, but that was one of the things I really learned so much about. You know, the press and historians have already gotten this personality thing, and they didn't like each other. That's not a big surprise. But their approach to this central issue in our history was so different. And on the war and on what would happen after. I mean, the period after '64 with the uprisings and the escalation of the war in Vietnam. I mean, Kennedy described this era, Bobby Kennedy, as the greatest crisis since the Civil War, because you needed more poverty programs, and we're getting less. It's going into the war. So they didn't like it, but they had very different approaches. And from what I concluded, Robert Kennedy did not spend his time worrying about. He worried that everything he said challenging Johnson would be filtered through personality. And that was one of the hesitancies of running, you know, that the issues would become, well, he doesn't like Lyndon, he thinks he should be president. But it was very basic on race, on what to do about the cities, on the war, on poverty, all of those things. So I think those of you who, you know, we all have opinions about LBJ and RFK, but that was one of the really eye-opening, what I found. So they didn't, you know, they tried to work together. Early on, Robert Kennedy was all for the war on poverty as it started out, but things, you know, went off track for all kinds of reasons, but really political, social reasons, not personality reasons.
The civil rights movement at that time, as you said, when the civil rights legislation passed, it was going to, that brilliant prediction that it was going to unleash energies that can't be managed. It turns out we are now witnessing very clearly the energies against the civil rights action, civil rights laws that were released then, seems to me remained relatively muted over time, but have now mushroomed and exploded in the 21st century. The whole Trumpist energy that has a tremendous amount of anti-civil rights energy in it.
Well, it's been a struggle all along to sustain the Voting Rights Act and then the 2013 court decision. But no, things have really exploded now. But I think if you look back, you know, it was a constant pushing. And again, not expanding, I mean, not really dealing with what was happening, you know, the consequence of the migration and this creation of these segregated, impoverished communities and cities. We turned away, and that's when the incarceration, you know, law and order, militarization of policing, and the spike in incarceration starts in the late 60s. But what you're describing, yeah, even more so, very overt. You know, they had other reasons for it then, that, you know, crime, war on crime. But now it's taken a turn where it's just much more overt and unashamed.
Yeah.
Really.
We have a question over here.
So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about RFK's relationship to the labor movement. I think toward the end of the 60s, the civil rights movement, in addition to, you know, being linked to struggles against poverty, I think was growing closer to labor struggles. And RFK had a sort of interesting history with respect to that. And so I'm wondering if you could talk about.
He had interesting. I mean, I think, you know, the Rackets Committee again. My assumptions were challenged by my research on that. That's when he developed a very close relationship with Walter Reuther, the head of the UAW. There's labor and there's labor. There's big labor, and then of course as a senator, Cesar Chavez and the farm workers. You know, he had support from union and the issues of work, poverty. Trying to get a minimum wage for migrant workers. And when he ran in California, I mean, it's a great question. I don't go deep into that, but when he was working in one of his biggest organizers, Paul Schrad, who was head of the UAW for the Western region. But big labor supported the war in Vietnam. You know, I mean, they were tied hook, line, and sinker to that. So I think when we say labor, we have an idea that it's this one thing. And I think workers and labor unions, I think with progressive unions and unions that were on civil rights issues, migrant workers, that sort of thing, he was very responsive and saw that part of this coalition he was trying to build on in the campaign in '68.
And Cesar Chavez, founder of the United Farm Workers, was on the stage with him in Los Angeles the night he was assassinated. We have a question over here.
Yes, thank you for a great conversation. Bobby Kennedy obviously was a tremendous person and a leader that the country looks back on. For both of you, we're in the same sort of situation where we could use leadership to take this divided country in a different situation. Suggestions on people that you would look to, whether they're in Washington or civic leaders, that we should pay attention to and perhaps follow and look for new leadership.
You know, his leadership was created by civil rights struggles, black freedom struggle, migrant. I think this interactive. So a leader, he came out of what was created by these struggles, particularly around civil rights and race, but democracy. I mean, so I guess we need to try. And I also think the media, everything is so short-circuited. He had room to grow. He didn't say something and didn't turn up on the phone right away.
Right.
I mean, he can make a mistake. He didn't be. There was. I mean, historians do gotcha. I found that with the Kennedy civil rights. Well, what about this? But well, I've done the work. They're more complicated. But now, in this media moment, I think about that. But certainly that kind of leadership. I mean, what you describe as this person living in his time, and living in a way that's engaged and using. He gave a commencement address at Manhattan College in 1962, and he said to the students, your parents and your teachers didn't sacrifice for you just so you could go out and make more than some other guy, just to go make money. And then in '64, he loved to talk to college audiences, and he really emphasized their responsibility, their privilege. I mean, not now you're privileged, that's a bad thing. No, you've got an opportunity because you've had an education, and now you understand these things, but it doesn't mean you just read some magazine. You've got to live it. And I think those of us who work with students, or just that's the leadership will grow from that. That's what I would say.
We have another one.
I have a similar question, but sort of, I think, framed a bit differently. And I'll sort of get to it quickly. I'm a black guy, and being a black man, one of the things that I always do is I canvass a room when I walk into it to see if there are any, and if so, how many people in the room look like me. Mm-hmm. More and more in the circles that I am in, I am sort of one. I am alone, or I am one of a few. And that is certainly the case here. So the question I have is not necessarily what folks at high levels can do, but what folks at this level can do to try to sort of push things along, to be more cognizant of the environments that they are in, and ask on an ongoing basis if the room is pretty monolithic in its population, why is that, and how we as individuals can change that. Because change doesn't appear, it occurs down on the ground.
No, I agree. I mean, I think in terms of when we see, but how, this, the program for the author series is very diverse, and people here, people who choose to come. The fact is, on Martha's Vineyard, there are so many other things to do, but your point is so well taken, because as a teacher, as someone, you want to have an inclusive environment and be sure that you're doing everything to make sure that happens. So I guess I would ask you, what do you think could be done, like for this event today, which is a Saturday? Pardon? Okay, no, but that's a different thing. We should have students here. No, we should have students here of all, but that's another kind of, because it's not just, that's a, I agree. Free books, I'm always for that. And then make them read it. I can't assign a whole book in my class. The attention span is like that. Yeah. Yeah, no. Well, that's another good point. What do we do to get more young people and to be more diverse? And you know, I'm on the advisory board of the book festival, so, and, you know, we will certainly address that. But I think it's kind of...
We have a question right
Yeah.
But let's not forget the fact that after I leave here, I'm going to the 9-day African American Film Festival that's running from 11 o'clock in the morning till midnight at the high school in the Performing Arts Center for its 19th consecutive year, with a list of documentaries that's as long as my two arms out here. So we just need to break our silos down and cross the color lines and get going here.
Well, we have books by also terrific writers
Absolutely.
of all backgrounds. So well, let's work on that, okay? And great pitch for the African American Film Festival. I strongly recommend. It's terrific. It's terrific.
One of the things that this book documents and takes us through is the very beginnings of this kind of public discussion in the 1960s. These questions all began in the 1960s during the period of this book.
No, that's right. That's right. It's,
And there's one more question right
I
there.
don't know if you were looking for suggestions of how to get people together, but often dinners, small dinners, one of the things that could be a follow-up to this was people signing up to have small dinners at their house with diverse groups. Because one of the things that happens when you're out like this, you tend to, of course, your friends often look like you do, but having a intentional effort to have people of different ethnic groups, different socioeconomic groups get together and have a meal and talk.
well, and I think all of us can do that individually, I mean, to be part of this. So I don't think it has to be organized by the book festival, but good idea. We should all work towards that. Can we have one more?
There's one more.
She's gonna ask a good one.
Is there time?
Yeah.
So civil rights historians have been largely critical of the Kennedys in terms of the way that they respond to the freedom rides and kind of the work they do. Can you talk a little bit about how what you discovered through researching this book kind of shifts that understanding?
Well, that historians have made claims not based on research, you know? I mean, they listened to activists who were unhappy with the Kennedys, rightly so. They wanted more done. But Gloria Richardson, who just passed away, and Bob Moses, who was a dear friend of mine, they were very positive about the Kennedys. Bob worked closely with John Doerr and Bob Burke Marshall. So I think it's a lack of imagination. It's assumptions, because what you see when you look, and Larry, you work on Prince Edward County. There's a school in Virginia that was closed in 1959. 1,700 black children were without school.
All the public schools were closed in the county.
Yeah, all the public schools. And they set up private schools for white children, and they used tax money to subsidize them. And of course, throws it into court, the NAACP have to go sue, and this irked the Kennedys from the minute they got into office. They were on it. Robert Kennedy tried to intervene in a lawsuit. It got thrown out because they could sue the state. The NAACP couldn't sue the state. They worked with the NAACP, but the amazing thing, in the winter, February of '63, the president said to Burke Marshall, do whatever you can that's remotely legal and possible to help those children. And in September of '63, before President Kennedy, Bobby got on it. He sent Bill Vanden Heuvel down, as you know, and they created a free public school for those students that opened on September 16th, the day after the church bombing in Birmingham. And they had school for a year before the Supreme Court threw out the closing of the schools and made them open it up. So,
Patricia Sullivan, thank you very much for reading this book, writing this book. I learned so much. You will learn a lot. Thank you very much for doing this today. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Lawrence and Patricia. We'll be back in this tent at 3 o'clock for Elizabeth Colbert and Bradley Campbell. Please visit the book tent and take care. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started as we get ready for our last session of the day. So again, thank you all for your support today. I know it's been incredible to have everyone back in person. We really appreciate everyone's consideration and following all the rules this year, and really appreciate your support of the authors and of the festival by buying books and just being here. So thanks again. We'll again reserve time at the end for questions, so please line up once we signal you to do so. And remember, it's being this whole session will be live streamed, so please use the microphone so everyone can hear your question, and keep it brief so we can move through as many as possible. So with no further delay, I want to welcome Elizabeth Colbert and Bradley Campbell for our final session. Bradley is the president of the Conservation Law Foundation. It's a Boston-based organization committed to protecting New England's environment for the benefit of all. Uses law and science and the market to create solutions that preserve our natural resources, build healthy communities, and sustain a vibrant economy. He's been at the forefront of shaping the country's most significant environmental policies and laws. He was a former White House senior appointee during the Clinton administration, and previously launched a law firm with a focus on issues involving the environment, and developed some of the largest net metered commercial solar projects in the US. So I will let Bradley kick us off and introduce Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as someone who works for an environmental advocacy organization, and for whom climate change touches every aspect of our work, it's really my great pleasure and honor to be here with someone who is really the foremost chronicler of climate change and the state of the earth in this country. Elizabeth Colbert has been a staff writer for the New Yorker since 1999. Her three-part series, The Climate of Man, in 2006, won the National Magazine Award for Public Interest. In 2010, she won the National Magazine Award for Reviews and Criticism. And in 2015, she won the Pulitzer Prize for The Sixth Extinction, An Unnatural History. She's also won the Blake Dodd Prize from the American Academy of Arts and Letters. Today, we're here to talk about Under White Sky. It's her latest book, which looks at human intervention in the environment and how our efforts to fix some environmental problems beget even greater problems. And so in a summer where climate change has been screaming from the headlines, on an island that's especially vulnerable to rising seas and more extreme weather, this is a terrific book that speaks to the moment we're in. It speaks to the island we're on. And so it's a great pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Under White Sky reads like the third part of the trilogy after Field Notes from a Catastrophe and The Sixth Extinction. What led you from one to the other?
Well, definitely, it was there is a through line, the Field Notes, which is embarrassingly 15 years old already, and La Plus à Change, was a book about climate change that really, at a moment when I had this extremely, naive view that I was going to just lay out climate change for everyone and how important it was, and that was going to, sort of settle this, debate, as it were. And things didn't work out that way, really, very well. But after that book came out, people sort of started to come to me, honestly, with stories that, like, well, you think that's bad. I mean, you think climate change is bad. For example, Jane Lubchenco, who's now in the White House, I was in touch with her, and that led to a piece on ocean acidification, which is sometimes called global warming's equally evil twin. And this whole idea of the Anthropocene was just sort of coming into vogue, I guess, or into the world, that we live on a sort of human-dominated planet. And that sort of got me on the path that led to the Sixth Extinction, which is also embarrassingly now several years old. And then after that book came out, I really honestly felt like I'd sort of written myself into a corner, because, what story could be bigger than mass extinction? But you know, life does go on. I mean, people are grappling with these issues in all sorts of different, interesting, and in many ways alarming ways, and we're going to continue. And so that sort of seemed to me to be sort of the next step in this trilogy. Maybe it's a trilogy, maybe it's a quadrilogy, I'm not sure. Anyway, but that seemed sort of the logical, okay, where do we go from here? And where we go from here is very much, you know, at the center of Under White Sky. And you can read that. You can read it in many different ways, unfortunately.
Well, the book points out that where we go from here also should be informed by where we've been in the past. And I love your treating the river as a metaphor, in this case the Mississippi River, and laying out the cascading unintended consequences of various interventions to fix one environmental problem that then generates another environmental problem, and has left, for instance, flood control projects that have left the state of Louisiana losing an acre of land every 90 minutes. Tell us part of that story and how it kind of informs the larger narrative.
Yeah, so the story of southern Louisiana is sort of, you know, in some ways a really, really, you know, beautiful example of the phenomenon that I'm talking about in the book. And that story really begins in 1718 when the French decide to settle what's sometimes called, you know, an impossible city and sometimes called an inevitable city, New Orleans, which sits, you know, at the confluence where the Mississippi sort of hits the Gulf. Very strategically important, was going to become a strategically important spot. And the French settled it in 1718 and were immediately flooded out. I mean, the Mississippi floods, you know, flooded virtually every spring. And their response was to start digging in and start putting up levees and start putting in drainage canals. And that is a project that has gone on for the last, you know, 300 years. And here we are 300 years later. And what it has done, you know, as people probably know, is really straitjacketed the Mississippi. The Mississippi built the delta upon which New Orleans sits, and that is constantly sinking. And unless you are replenishing it, and that's naturally sinking. So there are parts of southern Louisiana that should be disappearing, and parts of it that should be being built. But because of this straitjacketing of the Mississippi, we now shoot all of the sediment that the Mississippi carries, and it carries a lot less sediment than it used to because it's of dams on the Missouri, and, you know, we can go up there too. It gets shot off the Gulf of Mexico into very deep water now. So we're not building any land. Meanwhile, New Orleans is one of the fastest sinking places on Earth. So we keep having to build up these flood defenses. We just, after Katrina, spent billions of dollars to do that. But they're already not rated for a Category 5 storm because they've sunk so much in the intervening years, just since they were finished, so maybe 5 years ago. So this is this, you know, sort of treadmill that we're on with southern Louisiana. And the book talks about a project to try to get, you know, our hands around it, but it's extremely difficult. You cannot let, you know, the Mississippi flood New Orleans. It's simply not politically viable. So they're going to try to build, they're going to, and I'm pretty sure this will happen, they're going to build these huge, massive, what are called diversions. They're going to punch a hole in the levees south of New Orleans on both sides, both banks of the river, and when the river is very high, they'll open the gates, they'll let this sediment-laden water flow into these very shallow bays, and they hope that they will build water. But this is, I should add, a race against sea level rise. So the treadmill, which was bad enough without sea level rise, is now running faster and faster.
You then shift to what I think of as I think of sort of the Corps of Engineers and manipulating rivers as being kind of old school manipulation of the environment. You then shift to what are in some ways really heroic tales of scientists who are on the cutting edge trying to either to save species or to alter species to save other species. And you know, one of the stories has to do with gene editing of cane toads in Australia. Tell a little bit about that story, because it's fascinating.
So the cane toad story is another just like, you can't make this stuff up sort of stories. And there's a great movie, which I will recommend. It came out in the 80s, actually, and it's up on YouTube. It's called Cane Toads and Unnatural History, and it's sort of this spoofy movie about cane toads in Australia. I really recommend it. It's a lot of fun about this, incredible ecological disaster, which is that they brought cane toads quite purposefully to Australia in the 1930s. There are these enormous toads that are basically native to Central America. They are called cane toads because they supposedly were going to eat sugarcane beetles that were destroying the sugarcane crop. They did nothing for that, of course. They just multiplied and spread, and they continue to expand their territory around coastal Australia. But in addition to being very large, they're very toxic, highly toxic. So a lot of Australia's native wildlife, eats these things, has no native, didn't co-evolve with them, just bites into them, dies. Your dogs bite into them, die. And so this project, which was fascinating, they had successfully gene-edited a group of toads to be less toxic. Now, that was a really, really interesting piece of science brought to you by CRISPR, which is really revolutionizing gene editing right now. And Walter Isaacson was here the other day, and his book is really about the invention of CRISPR. But it raises a lot of questions. I mean, there may be, hundreds of millions of cane toads on Australia already. The few that you could gene edit, would get engulfed by the already existing quite toxic population. So then you're sort of driven to the next generation of technology, which is what's called gene drive, where you could take a trait that you had engineered into a creature and you could push it out so that every child, every offspring, all the offspring, and cane toad's gonna have 30,000 offspring, would inherit this trait. And gene drive is sort of the next horizon of gene editing, extremely controversial and potentially extremely dangerous.
One of the great things about the book is that I think it's at least the first book of popular nonfiction that looks seriously at the interventions that are under development to save ourselves as a species by altering the climate system. And you take a pretty skeptical view of those and take a hard look at carbon removal in particular, and talk about what you think the threats and possibilities are of those technologies.
Well, so carbon dioxide removal, just, because it's not really sort of part yet of the public discourse that much, but it's very much part of climate discourse now, as you know, is this idea that, well, we've put so much carbon up there already that it's really not enough to just stop emitting carbon, and Lord knows we're not stopping. We're going to have to take it out of the atmosphere. And that is a wonderful idea. It's just that the thermodynamics of it are very difficult because we get energy when we burn fossil fuels and emit CO2, and to take CO2 out of the air requires energy. So where are we getting this energy from? If we're getting it by burning fossil fuels, we're once again, on this terrible treadmill. So people are coming up, are thinking about this, very seriously. There's a lot of VC going into it because the theory, at least according to theory, there's going to have to be a lot of money behind it. So there are all sorts of startups looking at how you could do this in a way that takes the least energy possible. Then you also have to do something with the CO2. What are you going to do with it? So I'll just give you an example. I visited a project in Iceland where they take the CO2 out of the air using chemicals. It will bind to fairly well-known chemicals. And then you heat the chemicals, you force off the CO2, and in Iceland, they're burying it in this volcanic rock where it actually reacts with the rock. It solidifies. So it's an amazingly cool project in a lot of ways, but then the question is, can you scale it? This is a tiny little pilot project.
Isn't there a risk that if we keep grasping for the silver bullet that's going to take carbon out of the air, or sort of the big engineering fix to climate, that it kind of lets us off the hook for doing the kinds of emissions reductions we need to do now?
Well, that is very much the worry, this sort of, moral hazard argument. We shouldn't even be talking about things like this. We shouldn't be putting a lot of money into them because we're still emitting so much carbon. Let's just put all of our focus on not emitting carbon. And I think that's a very, reasonable argument. But we're about to get, I'll give you a preview. We're about to get a new IPCC report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It's going to be out on Monday, the first sort of working group. And I think it's going to be quite dire. And then from there, if you look into the future and say, how do we avoid meeting these climate thresholds that we've set for ourselves and that Lord knows we should try to avoid, it's very, very difficult to do it without carbon dioxide removal. So you're in this bind. And that's really, to be honest, what the book is about. We're in a bind. We've gotten ourselves in a jam. So you can say, we shouldn't be doing this, but you do get forced to a position. We shouldn't be, focusing on this. We should be focusing on cutting carbon, but you pretty quickly get to the point where we actually need to do both. We already need to do both.
You're a little bit more skeptical of solar geoengineering, which is the technology that, from the book's title, could literally leave us under a white sky. What do you see as the greater peril there?
Well, so solar geoengineering, the idea behind solar geoengineering, which is sort of like the ultimate techno fix to all our problems, is that we would, we've dumped so much CO2 into the atmosphere, we heated up the planet. What can we do? Well, we can try to counteract that by putting reflective matter in the stratosphere to reflect sunlight back to space, literally less direct sunlight hitting the Earth. And we know this works because it's what volcanoes do. So, that's pretty good proof of concept. After a big eruption, we get, a period of lower temperatures until those particles fall out of the stratosphere. But, you don't have to be, I don't think it takes, a rocket scientist to be concerned about what happens when you start talk about treadmills, this process of putting stuff into the stratosphere to cool the Earth. And as long as you're emitting carbon, you have to keep putting more and more. And that is, to some people, and I think quite reasonably, really the nightmare scenario. It's not like we haven't screwed things up enough. We have to, add a new layer of screwing things up. And it does get pretty scary. And there are a lot of people who say, we shouldn't be even talking about this or looking at it. And Harvard actually is really the center of research right now on this subject. But I feel pretty confident that we're going to just hear more and more about this because, once again, we've gotten ourselves into a pretty big jam up as this summer, you ain't seen nothing yet. Climate change has a big time lag in it. So, you might think this is bad, and but there's already a lot more damage built in. So there are a lot of people, including these people at Harvard, who are very, very smart scientists, who would say, well, we don't have the luxury of saying we're not going to look at this because what are the alternatives? And that keeps coming up. What are the alternatives? It's not like there's a great alternative here.
You describe that attitude among scientists as, I think, techno-fatalism. And I'm wondering, have you come away from this as something of a techno-fatalist? Like, all our choices are lousy, but we still, for that very reason, we have to pursue these kinds of things.
Well, I think that, I'm of mixed minds. I don't feel like I, take a strong stand, and, some people were, pissed about that. But I think that both sides have a very legitimate argument to make. I think that as we see the state of our politics, a very compelling argument to be made. Well, you can't change the laws of geophysics. You can change politics. Let's change our politics. But then you look at our politics, which are so dysfunctional, and you say, can we, maybe we should change the laws of geophysics because, we're sure as hell not changing our politics. So you get in it's hard to know which is more unrealistic.
Yeah, and certainly the tale of the Corps of Engineers is a cautionary one because it's almost,
the Corps was essentially given carte blanche on the Mississippi for all practical purposes. And it brings up this issue of governance, whether these technologies can be governed, and is there a particular worry because some nations that are hit first and worst by climate change may decide to deploy some of these things before they're ready or before we even know everything about them?
Well, that I don't know if we have any sci-fi fans in the audience, but if anyone has read Kim Stanley Robinson's latest book, The Ministry for the Future, it begins with India, a terrible, terrible heat wave in India, and the Indians decide, for humanitarian reasons, to sort of unilaterally deploy geoengineering. That's how the book begins. It's a book of science fiction, I should point out. But that's where, Stan's imagination, took him. And I think it's a really interesting idea, and it's, you could add it to your list of worries. But I actually think of all the worries that we have, that is not high on my list, because geoengineering requires a huge fleet of aircraft blowing, reflective particles into the stratosphere. It's nothing you can do, in your backyard. And if you have an air force, if the U.S. decided, or China decided, or Russia decided they didn't want this to happen, it would be pretty easy to make it not happen. Now, if the U.S. decided they did want it to happen, and Russia decided, and China decided, then it would be potentially relatively easy to make it happen. So that is I don't think we have to worry about like the rogue billionaire doing it, but we do have to worry about the great powers doing it.
I'm not sure how reassuring that is, actually.
Well, yes, you
that
can
for a
choose
minute.
your call, yeah.
In terms of the institution, I found myself thinking as I was reading this, are there even wackier proposals for altering the climate that wound up on the cutting room floor as you wrote the book? And what were some of those?
Yeah, actually there were, although none, I do want to say none quite as consequential as altering the stratosphere, which is, pretty up there. But there's a whole group of people working, it's not necessarily wackier, but there's a lot of group of people working on what's called cloud brightening, which is you would spray salt particles into clouds and you would make them whiter, and this would theoretically, also reflect sunlight back to space, but it would be on a more regional level, not on a global level. And there are some people who would argue that that is safer, but there are other people who would argue that that is not safer. It's even more dangerous, because if you change the climate in one place, you change it in another. This is just an interconnected system. So that is something that people could do, theoretically again, without any oversight, and just do. Once again, if the U.S. Navy wanted to blow you out of the water, that probably wouldn't be very difficult. But these regional things of regional weather modification or climate modification, those could, once again, in theory, be done by one nation, but could have global repercussions.
These are all serious, dire topics, and I'm wondering, after 3 books that are covering, really consequential existential threats, how do you maintain a sense of, well, you seem to maintain a sense of humor. I don't know if you can maintain a sense of hope, but are you able to keep a sense of hope after immersing yourself in this?
Well, I think that the thing that's really important to acknowledge at this point is, there may not be any good choices, but there are worse choices. There are like bad choices and worse choices, and that our goal, in climate circles, as I'm sure you've heard this phrase, the goal is to manage the unavoidable and avoid the unmanageable. And, are we at the point where we can no longer even avoid the unmanageable? That's an open question. I think we have to act. Once again, it's sort of like, Pascal's wager. We have to act as if we can still do that and try to do that. But I do think we need to be honest and say that we have left the realm where everything's just going to work out.
Fair enough. But there are some, not to be Pollyannish, but we have the EU just making a whole new round of commitments on climate. We have we finally have a non-climate denier in the White House after 4 years of darkness. Any of that give you a sense of encouragement or optimism?
Yeah, I mean, I think absolutely. I think that, and I mean, optimism is a strong word, but you know, I just got, you know, one of these climate newsletters in my email just before I came. You know, this is our opportunity, our last opportunity until the next, you know, 10 years are up, to really do something serious on climate. And I think that this next, you know, between now and the 2022 elections, when God knows what will happen, that is our last best hope. And we better, you know, we better hope, and we better be working for the best. What will actually happen, I don't know. I'm depending on you for that, Brad.
Well, thank you for that. You know, we certainly think there is reasons for optimism, although the headwinds are considerable. You know, in New England, we have 5 of our 6 states now under enforceable declining carbon caps. So progress continued at the state and regional level, even under Trump, and at the subnational local level globally. But there's no question that the challenge is daunting. So I wonder, what do you hope people will take away? Do you see this book as a call to action for your readers to really get engaged in these issues? What do you ideally want your readers to take away from this?
Well, I think ideally I'd like them to take away, I mean, it's not really a how-to book, it's more like a how-not-to book, and it looks at a lot of, you know, sort of follies of the past, and asks the question, I'd say the question is sort of, can we try to make better decisions going forward under really difficult circumstances, think things through better. Now that's a big task, and I don't say like, okay, these are the 10 things we ought to do, but I think it makes the point that there's a lot of unintended consequences always, and those tend to be the ones that really come and bite us, and we need to be thinking really, really carefully about these techno fixes, which are the things that we tend to reach for. We do tend to reach for these fixes, and you're going to see this, you know, I'm sure there are many Bostonians in here, you're going to see it in Boston, you're going to see, you know, are we going to build something around the city to protect it? Because we are not in a situation where, you know, we just want to retreat. And, you know, on Martha's Vineyard, it's also going to be a very interesting process to watch. What are we going to do with these forces that we have set in motion?
We already have multi-million-dollar houses being moved in retreat, major beach losses here in Martha's Vineyard. We're going to move to the question and answer session to make this a larger conversation. So please, if you have a question or comment, please move to the microphones that are in the aisles here and step up. Hello.
So I have not read your book yet, but
okay.
I have been reading some of Bill Gates's book about climate change. And so my question is, I live in a town next to the Pilgrim nuclear power plant and was just able to tour it and see where they're storing their spent fuel, and it's scary as hell. And one of the things that Bill Gates talks about is the importance of nuclear power going forward. I find that scary, but I don't know. I'm just wondering what your take is on that as a part of the solution to carbon dioxide.
That's a really good question, and you will find, you know, very smart people like Bill Gates saying there's no way we can tackle this without nuclear, and you'll find very smart people saying there's no way we can tackle it with nuclear. Now, and I don't know what the answer is. I can only say, and you, by touring Pilgrim, you know that we've never even come close to solving the fundamental problem, or one of the fundamental problems, which is what to do with the spent fuel. All of the spent fuel from every nuclear power plant in the U.S. is sitting on the grounds of the nuclear power plant. And after September 11th, there was a brief surge of interest in this because it's still very hot, literally hot. It has to be kept cool. And if you could breach these tanks, which are a lot less protected than the containment vessels, you could cause some really serious problems. And that's one of the reasons I think that Indian Point, which is right next to New York City, is being shut down. So we are actually, whatever you actually think about this issue, and I think it is a very important one, we are actually closing nuclear plants. And that is one of the reasons I do want to say why we're having trouble. We do have to replace that power with power. And so that makes the hurdle for renewable, for solar, for wind, that much higher, because we're actually, the proportion of our power that's coming from nuclear is declining. So it's a really hard problem. We should be having this conversation. We should be having a conversation about a permanent repository, and we are not.
Yeah, and I would just add, just about every, pathway that's been defined to get to net zero emissions by 2050 in line with the Paris goals assumes a role for existing nuclear power plants, that some number of them will continue to be operated safely and continue, but but for 20, 30 years, advanced nuclear reactors have been 10 years away, and it just keeps moving further and further away. Same for solutions for the waste issue. And so I think for those of us who are sort of trying to focus on how we actually get there, what are the nuts and bolts of emissions reductions, I can't put the kind of faith Bill Gates does in that kind of sudden nuclear renaissance. Even with Obama's support, only a few nuclear plants were built, and all of those went into billion-dollar overruns. It's just not a technology that lends itself to being a solution in time to address the worst of climate change.
This is really a follow-on question. That said, and with all the cautions that Elizabeth put on the table, why do we still not have a flexible energy policy? I mean, are there clear scenarios laid out for different amounts of wind or solar, interim gas, nuclear? It seems like there's no grasp of the overall problem and clear directions with, bifurcations, if this happens, if that happens. Where is all that hiding?
I'm going to let you take that one, Brad.
I think to some extent it's hiding in plain sight, and to some extent your criticism is completely apt. I mean, we've had a system for 4 years, we've had little or no federal leadership on making an energy transition that would take us through to decarbonization. What you have had is states and regions trying to fill in that gap. So here in Massachusetts, same now for Rhode Island, Vermont, and Maine, you have states that have actually said we are going to get to, in some cases, net zero, in other cases, 80% reductions by 2050. But they're only now beginning to lay out what that pathway is. Massachusetts just released sort of its first iteration of what that pathway looks like, and a lot of it depends on things that you're seeing happen around you right now. The major wind farm developments will be a major part of decarbonizing the grid in New England, and yet there's still, opposition. There's still skepticism as to whether they'll come online. But I think that we're beginning to see that work get done. The question is whether it'll get done and when it will get done. There's a great tendency of political leaders to, and we were joking about this actually last night, to make commitments that are NIM to, not in my term of office. I'm going to make a really ambitious goal. We'll get to net zero by 2050, but it's really someone else's problem. And we're not just now getting to the point where, because of some laws that have been enacted and some leadership by the states, the pressure is now on to find out what those solutions are. But it's an incredibly complex question, and you still have you're doing this against the headwinds of natural gas industry, fossil fuel industry that's still looking to expand rather than transition. So major, major headwinds. Yeah.
So an awful lot of this, to build on what you just said, comes down to political will, clearly. One frequently reads things like a majority of Americans now believe that climate change is significant and a significant threat. But if you ask them from a scale of 1 to 10, list their 10 top priorities, it typically comes in at number 10 or something like that. Things are getting worse every year, as we've all witnessed, this summer being a classic example. Assuming that trends continue and assuming we keep doing about as much about climate change as we do now, or maybe we do more after the Monday report is released, but we're kind of on this trajectory. At some point, things will get, it seems to me, bad enough or disruptive enough, and weather-wise around the world, that we're going to see a significant call sooner or later for climate change to be taken seriously. It's going to rise up on that list of 10 priorities. How long do you think we have? How bad will things have to, I mean, this is what's your crystal ball, but how bad do things have to get before the political will begins to match the scale of the problem, and how long do you think that'll take?
Well, I mean, I have been sort of covering this issue now for, getting on to 20 years, and I would have thought, after Katrina, after this, after that, and now the fact that this summer, which I think has really, brought things home to a lot of people. Well, let me take a different tack. We have a problem called COVID, and there are a lot of people in the United States who are not getting vaccinated against COVID. Now, you would think, what could be more clear? There's a deadly disease that's very contagious, but it turns out that humanity's ability to not be influenced by even things that are directly affecting them is greater than you might have predicted pre-COVID. And so here we are in a summer which, as I say, has really 114 in Portland, Oregon or whatever, brought home to people, a lot of people, this is very dangerous, this is not going in a good direction. But here we are, and we have an infrastructure bill, and we have, we just don't have on the table what we need. We don't even really, we are having a political debate. I think there will be a political debate over a clean energy standard, for example, but it's not at all clear that we're going to get that in this year of really pretty dire news. So, your guess is as good as mine. How's that?
I think that's a great answer. There is a disconnect from what people seem to believe and what political leaders seem willing to do. I love the story of Obama being briefed by a science advisor and being told that a majority of people in red states and in the red districts of blue states believe climate change is real, that it's potentially catastrophic, and that man has a central role in it. Obama shakes his head. Yeah, that's very interesting. And he said, in fact, more people in the red states and in the red districts of blue states believe that about climate change than believe in evolution. So, yeah, I'm not sure it's reassuring, but it is telling, at least. But I think what you're seeing more and more is action at the grassroots level that's hopefully bubbling up, and you do see more and more state leaders making commitments. As I said, in the 6 states of New England, all but one, which is New Hampshire and idiosyncratic, have made major commitments on climate. What they haven't done yet is really put in the regulatory hammers you need to force it. So, by way of recent example, as part of a settlement of a merger that arose from the gas explosions that many of you probably read about in Lawrence and Andover and North Andover in Massachusetts, the Attorney General of Massachusetts, Maura Healey, put in a provision into the ultimate settlement that said, to National Grid, the gas company, you have to begin writing the plan that makes you has you exit from natural gas. And that needs to be replicated in every state across other utilities. But it's at least a pretty encouraging sign that for the first time, in a coercive way, in a regulatory way, we're actually focusing, businesses whose business model depends on serving those audiences. They've got to begin that. Now, will that be a passing or ephemeral victory? I don't think so. I think that's going to begin to be followed elsewhere, and I think the companies themselves are beginning to recognize that they have to, if they are going to have a future, they're going to have to take those steps. Even Exxon is apologizing these days, which is as a leading an organization that has multiple lawsuits against ExxonMobil. It's, even that I find encouraging. So there are those signs. Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough.
So you talked about regulatory hooks to accomplish change. Where are the insurance companies on this? Why aren't they looking at this? Why aren't they paying very close attention to their obligations or not?
Well, I don't have a good answer for that, and maybe I'll punch Brad again, but or maybe someone else in the audience. I mean, I think that one of the big issues that we have in this country is, for example, the federal flood insurance program, which is a very politicized program, and whenever someone tries to reform it to reflect actual costs, it goes nowhere because everyone is dependent on, a lot of coastal communities are dependent on it. But I do think that, and I should turn it over to people who are buying flood insurance here in Martha's Vineyard, which would be a classic example. I do think I'm going to venture that it's getting harder and harder. I think on the Cape it is getting harder and harder. But I should really ask people, is it getting more expensive? I don't
Well,
live here,
there was,
so I
as
don't
you
know.
say, there was the transition to make it actuarial rates. When the first rate hit the insureds, there was a hue and cry, and Congress intervened and basically stopped the rate hikes. And so we are subsidizing disaster in that sense. But to the point that was made earlier about what is the really bad thing that's going to hit? And I think one of the things people don't realize is insurance policies are pretty much written on an annual basis. And what insurance companies say is, well, yeah, no, we see the problem with climate, but we write policies 1 year at a time. And I think we're going to reach that point where they're going to stop writing for those risks, and then you may see a change in the political, that may have some prompting of political will to actually begin to address these things. Or it may prompt more subsidies, or a combination. But I think that's one of the challenges with insurance. Yeah.
I guess I'm just looking for a little bit of optimism, maybe. But in all your reporting and research into this, what are the technologies that you think are maybe have promise and are underreported, and that you're watching as they make progress? Technologies or perhaps initiatives.
Well, I mean, I think there's a tremendous amount going on in the tech field, in terms of, for example, battery storage. That's a huge issue going forward. I think that there's a lot of people working on that, and I just recently read, and I don't know how credible it was, about some really interesting breakthroughs on that front. So I think that our technological abilities are, and that's sort of one of the themes of the book, are quite extraordinary. And that is, I mean, you could argue that what we're reaching for, even when we say, okay, well, let's transition our energy systems, which Lord knows, I applaud, is a techno fix. We're not saying, let's all live radically differently. Let's all not, you came to Martha's Vineyard, 300 years ago, and people used as much energy as they could get, out of their horse. And that was a very, very limited amount of energy, and you lived very differently. And now we use vastly more energy because we're digging it up out of the ground and throwing it into the atmosphere. So if you really believed, well, we were just going to have to solve this without technology, you would really despair. But as it is, we're incredibly clever. I mean, and I think the thing that people would point to as really the great advance of the last decade or so is how much solar has gone down in price. It really has changed the conversation. An energy transition that seemed really quixotic and economically, I don't want to say impossible, but very difficult, now does seem possible. It does seem possible to imagine, a carbon-free Massachusetts by 2050 because of rapidly developing technologies like the reduction in cost in solar panels. So those are reasons to be optimistic. Are those going to get us, optimistic? Are those going to get us where we need to go? I think we're going to need a lot of carrots and also, to be honest, a lot of sticks. I don't think we're getting there without the sticks.
Yeah, I think the sticks are important, but I do think there's been enough of a shift that you're seeing a lot of investment in new technologies. And I might add to my techno-optimism side the nuclear fusion, which doesn't present the issues of waste and safety that nuclear fission does. And it's a technology, I think, that's been 10 years away for all 40 years of my career. But there have actually been some incredible advances, and much of that work is being done here in Massachusetts because of superconducting materials. They actually may get to a cost-effective, commercially successful technology there before any more nuclear plants could ever be built, but we'll see. Richard Lazarus.
Yes. So one of the many wonderful things about your books, both Sixth Extinction and the latest one, Under the White Sky, is you don't just immerse yourself in the science, you actually immerse yourself with scientists. And you tell stories often about people. In this most recent book, are there any people that you came away with that you just really fell in love with or just were immensely impressed by them, not just as scientists, but just as human beings?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, the book sort of really began, it's a story I tell in the middle of the book, with a scientist who very tragically died while I was writing the book, but a woman named Ruth Gates. And if any of you have seen a movie called Chasing Coral, she's a character in that movie. And she was working on this project, which may or may not be quixotic, to be honest, about trying to actually sort of breed up corals that could withstand warmer water temperatures. And she was very much, her attitude was sort of, well, you can look at this, glass as, 95% empty, or you can look at it as 5% full. And while I'm rather was somewhat skeptical of whether this was going to work, I was very, very impressed by her. She was a really charismatic person, and that's really where the book sort of began. That we do have to, acknowledge we are not living in a world. We're not going back. We're not going back to the coral reefs of the past. That's just unfortunately, tragically, not happening. So what are we going to do? And that was really, sort of she inspired me to sort of think about that and think about that as the big question of our time and as a book. And so she's sort of at the center of the book, the way I see it. As I say, really, really tragically died very young at the age of 58 while I was writing the book, just when I was actually about to go talk to her again. So that's a sad story, but also, to me, she was a real inspiration.
I think we have time for one last question.
Is there any green technology that's going to help us in carbon sequestration? It seems like nature does the best job of pulling carbon out of the air, and we have like a CRISPR expert. Is anybody making trees that will grab more carbon, plankton, something that, I don't want to talk about an unintended algae bloom, but it seems like it would make more sense than just shoving carbon dioxide into rocks.
Well, I should say all of our carbon dioxide will eventually end up in rocks. So, that's sort of trying to speed up a natural process. Ditto with trying to get, plant life to suck up more carbon. It's sort of like the intermediary stage, I guess. But the answer is yes. People are working on, can we develop plants that store more carbon in their roots, for example, and then if you had sort of no-till agriculture and you left the root mass in the ground, you could, potentially store a lot of carbon that way. So, the short answer is yes. The longer answer is, if you're still cutting down rainforest, if, you're in a losing battle, because there's, just so much carbon you can sequester in the soil. There's only so much carbon you can sequester in living biomass. If you're continuing to dig up, hundreds of millions of years worth of dead biomass in the form of fossil fuels. So that's the longer answer.
There is a lot of work being done on the extent to which regenerative agriculture and forestry practices can increase the sequestration of carbon in the soil. But the science on that is very tricky and much debated as to whether that's actually an effective way of sequestering carbon. I will mention there's also kind of a false climate solution that's touted, especially touted in New England, that burning biomass because of the cycle of sequestering carbon in wood, that's somehow that you can get to a carbon neutral version of biomass as a fuel source. So that's something to be wary of in terms of being touted as a natural solution. This was a great conversation. I think we're getting the hook, but thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you again to Brad and Elizabeth for a great conversation. Thank you all for your support today. We hope you come back tomorrow. Feel free to hit the tent on your way out. Sue Ellen reminds me there's amazing tote bags available for you as well. So please come back, and we hope to see you soon. Thanks.